Oh, Jesus Christ. Let's see what's going on here. Your microphone. Your microphone is unmuted but has no sig. What the fuck? Hello? Can you hear me? According to my stream. Oh, now it's gone. I don't know. This. I fucking hate software updates sometimes. But yeah, let me know if you can hear me. Okay, you can hear me. Cool, 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 cool. It was lying to me then. I do see the bars and everything, but it was like, warning, your microphone is connected, but there's no, it's muted. Or is it not muted and connected, but there's no input or something? I don't know. I have no idea. And Debian decided, or Linux in its infancy decided to not give me 1440p resolution in VirtualBox after our update to VirtualBox. Oh, gotta love technology. So how are you doing? Where's my garbage bag? I need to clean my desk. There's so much fucking soda cans and junk on it. I've been spending way too much time fucking around with C#, .NET 10, Flutter, Maui app. I'm doing a shit ton of mobile development at the moment. So yeah, it's a lot of learning, a lot of new technologies I never messed with before, and Maui being Maui, and so yeah. I hope everyone is doing good. I need to pack some bottles tomorrow. I have way too many of them laying around. I'm probably rich, like a billionaire in just empty soda bottles and energy drinks. Mostly energy drinks, to be honest. What web browsers do I have installed here? I don't like Firefox. Let's find another web browser. So yeah, it's a little bit. Can I? Forgive me. Is it? I think I can. No, that's not it. Oh, it is it. I think I can fix this for you all. Oh, I would love to. So I have done a little bit of embedded, if you can call it that. Yeah, it's been a while. Do you know about Arduinos? So I've been messing around with those a long time ago. I don't know if you would call that embedded, but like it's of course not pure embedded like you see in let's say what is it called, like smoke alarm and you know, radio control car or battery controllers and stuff like that. But I have made a parcel measurement machine for a company I work for that takes it weights and it takes the dimension of the package and put it into a machine, and then the developer made a software where it finds the cheapest way of sending it and then printing out the label and everything. It was actually quite an interesting project. Yeah, Sonal, it's been, I can't remember when, 4 months since I did anything on this channel here. 2, 3, 4 months. Thereaboutsies. So I'm digging Opera browser a lot lately. cancel translation, accept, switch to English. But yeah, embedded is really, really interesting, to be honest. Yeah, why not? Oh, you actually gave me a dep file this time. Oh, your Wi-Fi got disconnected. So I was saying, like, I've been messing around with Arduino, if you can call that an embedded system. Making a parcel measurement machine. And got exposed to, well, it's kind of C, but it's also not C. It's Arduino C, I think you would call it. But embedded systems are fun, interesting. It's definitely something I would not mind getting my teeth into at some point. Well, I kind of have to at some point when I'm done with the apps that I'm making. Oh, microcontroller. Yeah, I do like the Arduino IDE. It's actually quite nifty. It's actually really, really nifty. Password? So this is just like a Debian VM that I'm running here, so you can probably guess the password. Do you want to update? Yep. Yeah, it's a really interesting board. Yeah. Failed to install. Oh, why? Oh, yeah. Arrow process status 2. I can't use this for anything, you... Like, come on. It's probably a library that's outdated or something like that. So it's not telling me... Oh, hey, alternative pass... well, it does... oh, wait. Are you fucking with me? But you... Oh. I have not missed this. It is installed. Is it working? It is installed. It's working. It told me it did not work because it couldn't find the path to the exe file or what you like, the executable. But good old fucking Linux. Help improve Opera by sending feature users information. What should be gone with HTOP? I don't even think it's installed, to be honest. No, it's not installed. It is working, it is running. And I don't have any installer running. Why do I have all these K workers? Yeah, it's fine. It just had its it just had its fucking moment. What is going on here? Go away. Go away. Oh, god damn it, I'm so stupid. There you go. How did you discover... Oh, I need to do this. No, thanks, don't send my kidneys to you. How did you discover Opera? Other. I used it in the 90s. Let's see if they can figure that one out. Set up your city. I don't live in Oslo. I don't like this bar. This is jank as fuck. How did I set theme again? How do I set the theme again? Let's have a party. I don't want to show this. Go away. Go away, go away, go away. Holy crap. I need more beers. Auto hide sidebar. Yes, sir. I think it's up. No, it's in here. There you go. Force dark theme on pages. That fucks pages up sometimes, so let's not do that. Oh, you can also hide the sidebar in here. Lucid mode. Let's get some LSD and go nuts. Start page. Ooh, that's neat. I think it is or was. Yeah, let's just use this one. I can't actually, honestly, I can't remember. I honestly can't remember, to be honest. That's just full screen, it's biatch. Let's go into the wiki. Yeah, 95. It stable release blah, 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 November. Oh, this month. Oh, sorry, I'm so stupid. Initial release 10th of April 1995. Yeah, 2000.jar, yeah. Can you guys remember the whole debacle with Y2K bug? Like the Y2K bug? I should make a video about it. It was I also have, while I've been off here, I've been messing around a lot with Java also, because it's so adjacent to C#. So I've been doing a lot of Java programming on the side also. Well, a lot. I don't know what to call it a lot. I spent a lot of hours on it then. Okay, so if you don't remember the Y2K bug, so before 2000, so in the 90s, the 80s, stuff like that. But I was like a young teenager when this happened. But I remember my school was like going mental about it. And my IT guys, or not my IT, but the school's IT guys, they were running around being paranoid as fuck. But basically, to save memory back, way back in the day, in their programming, they didn't support, in the calendar. So in programming, time, date is really important for a lot of things. And they were like, yeah, let's not support 2000, anything after 2000, because at that point we would have upgraded the software, the libraries, whatever it is. And if you know anything about programming, they tend never to update anything if it's working, because when you update a core component, it's not just like, oh, let's just, migrate to this new version, because a lot of things will be deprecated, may not work, you have to rewrite a whole fucking library. And so in the tech world, it's not just programming. If it works, and it does its job really well, and is financially viable, don't fuck with it. That's why we still have, Windows XP and 95 machines doing mission critical components. So if you live in the States, for example, if you have tax records that's I think that's more than 20 or 30 years old, they are still stored on magnetic tapes. Anything that's more than 30 years old, for example, which got obsoleted like the 60s or 70s or something like that. So they were like, yeah, let's not support 2000. And then the 80s came. And a lot of developers like, we need to think about this, because when we take into 2000, the computer don't know that we're living in 2000, which can mean a lot of things breaking. Which could mean that, system not working anymore. Critical system, infrastructure systems and stuff like that. And the powers as be, as they are, they were like, yeah, that's like there's almost over a decade to 2000, who gives a fuck? And then the 90s came, and then, yeah, there's about a decade left still. And then 95 came, people start to get a little bit more concerned, and developers were like really getting about it. And when I start to remember about it, like in 1999, 98, they were mental. They were like, the whole world, people, the whole world is going to explode. The planes are falling from the sky. We will not have electricity for the next 2 years. Like, I'm not joking. This was like the fear-mongering they were doing. We need to, you need to prep your nuclear, all you crazy people, out on the boonbags with nuclear bunkers. You're right, you need the nuclear bunkers at least for like 6 months to a year. They were like going mental. And they were paying a lot of developers a massive amount of money to fix this year 2K bug. Guess what happened? Nothing happened. The places where it needed to get fixed got fixed. The infrastructure didn't burn, and the Marsmen didn't come and take over the world. They made movies about this, They patched it. But they did it like really badly, to be honest. And I think it's like we're getting into kind of the same problem with, like, is it 2030 or 40 or something like that, where they haven't built in support for that again. There was a lot of people making a lot of money there, and that's honestly looking back, and they made like a whole. They made a whole like study about it and stuff like that. It was way over what is it called? Overexposed, over saturated. Because at most, like, the system would still work. The systems would still work. It would just be like, it didn't know what date it was in, so it could mean like, let's say it would say, oh, you haven't paid your bill because it's like 1975 and your last bill was like in 1999, or you will get like a massive fucking electricity bill because it went from 1971 to like 1999 or 2000. They thought you've just been, oh, you haven't paid for that amount. You haven't paid from, from the 70s to the 90s because you were not alive or something like that, and you didn't have a house or whatever. So the worst case scenario was that some people could get like some weird bills that, of course, they should not pay and whatnot. But for the most part, it would just be. They found out that it would be more it would just be irritational breakpoint versus like planes will fall from the sky, and you will go to the cashier and you'll see that it will be saying like the 1970s or something like that. It was basically a nothing burger. Also, again, thanks to a lot of IT people and a lot of developers doing a lot of hard work in the back end, Like, let's not like think that if they didn't do nothing would happen. But like I said, the fear mongering, like the politicians, the news, the doomsdayers, the same people that go on to Reddit when they see like the sun looks a little bit weird, the world is burning, those kind of people, they made a really, really big fuss out of it. And for a few years, it was everything. Even The Simpsons made a fucking episode about it. Like, there was an episode about the year 2K bug in Simpsons. That was how important it actually was, and how fear-mongering they have, or how much that the powers that be have put fear into people, that The Simpsons made a fucking episode about it. And back then, The Simpsons was like the big fucking thing, They still kind of are, but back then they were even more like... you guys would probably remember, like if you didn't watch South Park, it was kind of the South Park of that generation. So if any of magnificent, important happened, they will make a comedy out of it, just like South Park do nowadays. And with a lot of work, a lot of overpaid developers, and a little bit of common sense, they found out that, like I said, at most, system would be a little bit out of whack. It would not be like, today we have power, tomorrow we don't, Today we have hospitals, tomorrow we don't, It was nothing of that nature. It would just be like weird bills, or you would get like an invoice or something like that. Hey, Lamer, That was the biggest kind of like, it was just like it was a problem, but it was just the media and the news and the crazy people online, even back then, just way fucking outdated, Yeah, I was bored. Oh yeah, the end of the world. Yeah, with the Mayan calendar, I think. Yeah, it's. Yeah, I had a frustrated work day and I didn't want to record a video because I was not in the best of moods. So I'm like, why not do like a 100% honest Q&A, because I'm in that mood right now where I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. So I'm like, let's be 1000% honest and just piss a lot of people off, because I'm a little bit pissed off at something at work. So why not just like channel the anger into the internet like everyone else is doing? So anyone can ask anything, and I will be. Of course, I'm not going to do anything that will get me booted or something like that. But I'll be as honest in as nice of a way that I can be. Pissed off the sun. Yeah. It's just management. Oh well, it's complicated. It's complicated. It's like, when you get a new person think he's the boss of everyone, and he's not even connected to the company, comes around and boss people around, and then makes you behind in your actual job, because he's like, can you press that button for me? They put a guy in control of technology that barely can fucking operate an electrical razor. That needs help with just fucking writing a letter. And I'm not joking here. Yeah, they did do a lot of 2012 movies about, like, even at, like, in the 2010, they like, for like a good 2 to 3 years, they made a lot of catastrophe videos about 2012. I totally forgot about that, actually. Now, like, you actually reminded me of it. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. Yeah, but people are weird, man. You get that there's a lot of people in the tech world at the moment that I call them startup pros. They are in the tech world not because they understand tech, not because they know tech, but they want to go around and tell everyone like, yo, I'm part of a startup, or I'm co-owner of a startup, or it's become the new hipster thing to do. To be like a startup pro, where it's like they sit and have small meetings about titles and names, and they're actually doing fucking work. They build companies from the top to the bottom instead of from the bottom up. So they will hire a shit ton of managers and decision makers, and they will have like 1 or 2 developers, and they will have like 5 managers. Because it's all about the startup environment, the startup philosophy, and they have different philosophies on how to do startups, and they hope because and also they're like, oh, we have a good idea, therefore they think they have a good idea, and they may have a good idea, and therefore they think, well, because we have a good idea, we will become the next Steve Jobs and Bill Gates. They think that the idea of itself is what should make them succeed, and not hard work, not dedication. So you get a lot of those startup pros. Yeah, tech pro. Yeah, it's the same. The tech pro culture is a little bit different, in my opinion. The startup pros is just the management version of that, but there's a lot of similarities, but they're also different in some way, in my humble opinion, of course. So they sit there and they talk about, like, they do interviews about it being billion dollars industries, and if you ask or talk to them, you do know that most startups fail within the first year, and I think it's like 90% fail within the first 2 years. And not us. We are the 2% because our idea is the best. And Then when you look at how they do the infrastructure, how they do the planning, how they do the technology, and you're like, okay, your technology is so unsafe that a teenager could hack your shit in 5 minutes. Or, okay, you're doing your shit, but you're not following the law. Or, like there's so many where they take so many shortcuts, or they do everything by AI. Like, what was that? That got, where all the pictures got leaked because they have like a public bucket. The T app? Is that it? The one where all the girls was like bitching and moaning about guys on, where they found out that it again was like a startup pro. Yeah. See, that it was like a startup pro that just wanted to do something. It was a good idea, kind of good idea, but had no fucking technology, technology knowledge whatsoever. And then, AI can build it for us, so I can be a tech pro. And well, we know what happens. I don't have to like explain that whole debacle. And the more I see a lot of startups nowadays, they make the T app fucking look like baby food. Like look at how people using it, like not using, but look at how people do AI nowadays. There are so many companies that are getting busted for faking AI just so they can get the customers or investors to pay them more money, And I have been seeing this personally where management, some people in management will come in and say, we need to use AI, and you ask them, what problem are we going to solve with AI? I don't care, we just have to use AI. And now there are studies out, many studies out that shows that people have not gained any financial benefit of using AI. They're not gotten more efficient, actually they've gotten less efficient. Because instead of writing the code, they're now fixing the AI slop, And I see that personally when I use the AI for what I use it for. A lot of times I have to fix fucking mistakes instead of just doing it myself. So I don't use AI to write for me, I use AI to, like a Google search engine, basically. If I forget something, like, how do you do this thing in this language kind of thing. And even there, it tells you bullshit. So I have in a lot of instances caught the AI lying to me, basically, about the simplest of things. Not to mention that most AI that we are using nowadays is like 2 or 3 or 4 years outdated. So if you're using like a programming language that gets updated really fast, or technology that gets updated really fast, like Flutter, like Maui, or something like that, they just don't know what's in the new releases. It's mindless for it. It has no idea what's going on. So it will give you solutions to something that worked 2 or 3 years ago that you just can't use today. But I am fucking around with Ollama and all of these things also just for fun. Local AI, which is really funny. And it is good as AI is really good as like a first of contact customer support kind of thing. Which I'm hoping I can get time to build for the company I work for. Just do like the simple, all the stupid questions basically. Even new projects will see no benefit using AI. You're just moving. What you will see is moving the workload away. So instead of programming, instead of doing the bricklaying job, you're doing the fixing the bricks, fixing the holes, testing more. Do more unit testing, whatever. You just become more of a tester. You have to babysit the AI, basically. It is really good at doing super simple code, though. Or if you already feed it, like, build more of this or optimize this, like you give it a code and say how you optimize this, it will be really good at that. So it will be good at some things, and it will do some jobs for you. But it's really, 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 really limited jobs where it will totally replace them. You know. Yeah, tech debt is a really, really good thing. It can also help with that a little bit, to be honest. But it's the problem with AI is that for a lot of people, hey Johnson, this world, it is magic, even for people that know what the fuck they're doing. And it's really good at some generalized things. So therefore, and this is how the human brain works. Most people are stupid. And I don't mean this like they can't tie their shoe. They're just really impressionable. You know, like they, you show them a shiny thing and they just fall forward one, you know, they just become, oh my god, this, you know, like the most shiny thing in the world, you know. They just get over fucking confident in it. And that's what they are doing with AI at the moment. It's really good at searching, finding historical facts, you know, and find stuff that you may not know, but your neighbor know, you know, like common knowledge kind of thing. And it's laying it out in a way that seems magical because it's talking to you like it's a human. And that's what gets people in, to be honest. It's not that it can find the facts. It's that, oh my god, it's talking to me like it's intelligent and it's a human. So people start to believe in that. They don't see it as a machine because no machine talks like that. You know, like when I catch the AI in problems, it will be like, really great catch, you really helped me out here. Let's tackle this problem. Let's do it the right way. Or, this was a really interesting conversation. I've not been stimulated like that in a long time. AI is telling me that. I at one point I tried to see if I could bullshit an AI into believe that humans were AI because the way we learn, like the way AI learns by observing and adapting, is the way humans learn by observing and adapting. And it got super confused. Mostly because they have put in a security measurement into AI to not make it sound like it's superior or it's human-like and stuff like that. But trust me, in like 5 years, a lot of those people, their whole job is AI, a lot of them are going to lose their job. A lot of them are going to lose that job. All the vibe coders and prompt engineers, they're going to lose their job really fast. Or most of them are. And then we will revert back to having proper developers utilizing AI as a tool in their build instead of just like with Linux, you know. You use Linux when it makes sense to use Linux. You don't use Linux for everything if it don't make sense to use it for everything. Right now, people are using AI for everything where it don't make sense to use AI. And when the whole bubble burst, as even what is the Amazon CEO, what is he called? Bezos and Larry Kellogg, all of these big, Elon Musk, all of these big, massive AI supporters and some of the haters, they are saying that the bubble is about to burst. The only one that's not saying the bubble is about to burst are the people owning big AI companies like Microsoft. What is the guy that owns OpenAI? That dude, which is a fucking... He's worse than Mark Zuckerberg, by the way. The only people that are not talking about the AI bursting are people owning AI models, basically. So Meta, Microsoft, OpenAI, everyone else, all the experts, everyone says in a year, 2 years, or 3 years, it will burst. And that means, again, lesser job, people are getting more skeptical, and blah, 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 blah. And then we will go back to where AI, like, what a tech burst basically do is it resets everything. So things gets overhyped in the tech world, massively overhyped, and everyone has to do it, and we have to use it, and blah, 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 blah. And we're being forced to do it, and then that world is just not sustainable. Every human with a little bit of common sense can say, it's not sustainable that everything is just one thing. That's not how the world works. And then when it gets oversaturated, it bursts. Boop, and then it goes down to like where it should be. Then after the bubble bursts, that's the best place to be in that technology. Because that's where you figure out what is it actually good at. Because then people are only going to invest money into what it's good at. And then you find out, okay, AI is really good at this, it sucks at this. And it will go a little bit, what it sucked at 2 years ago will be a little bit better next year or next decade. But in the end, it will find its foothold. Just like nowadays, we cannot imagine not doing anything online. Shopping and stuff like that. But when we had the .com bubble, it was exactly the same as the AI bubble. It is exactly the same. You had to be on the internet, because if you were not on the internet, you could not exist as a company. You could not exist. So everyone paid a shit ton of people to build them crappy websites, and they had like really badly poorly, business models with really badly poorly billing management. But you had to be on the internet, you had to shop on the internet, you had to do everything on the internet because that was the future. And then a lot of people got scammed, businesses lied, people lost a lot of money, it got overhyped, it burst. People got scared of online shopping and didn't want to be associated with the internet for like 3 or 4 or 5 years. And then we slowly start to get more comfortable with online shopping. We got more comfortable with being on the internet again, because what the internet is good at, people still invested in. They still invested in it. So it's really good as an information platform. So people still invested in information platforms on the internet. 5G was not a bubble. That's a technology leap. That's not a bubble. Where was I? Yeah, and then you're like, oh, we can also use it as a streaming platform now. We can use it as a sharing platform and stuff like that. So the way we use the internet now is massively different from how we use the internet in the bubble. Because the bubble was just overhype, and let's use it for everything. And that's the same that's going to happen with AI. The problem here is that the world as a collective had invested billions more, like many, many billions more money into AI than they did in the .com bubble. So we could potentially, when the AI bubble burst, we could potentially have another recession in the world. Because there was so much money invested in it. And a select few people will get stupidly fucking rich when that happens. But yeah, like when we are talking about this in like 10 years time or something like that, we will be using AI every day like we do now, but it will be like in when it makes sense. It will be a tool we use when it makes sense. I need to lower the heat in my room. It's getting really hot in here. There you go. So if you want to see if something is a bubble, that is like if everyone and your grandmother is talking about it, that this is the future and you cannot go anywhere without getting it thrown in your face. Like you're talking with the gardener, you're talking with the plumber, you're talking with the bum on the street, you're talking with the drug addict, they all know about that thing. And how important it is, and it's going to change the universe, and all of these like elaborate fucking, promises. That's mostly a bubble. The problem is that statistically, word predictions being sold as yeah. Again, there's a lot of problems with AI now that will be fixed when the bubble bursts. But it's sadly one of those. I need to make sure I don't spill my energy drink. Let's do the pirate software thing here. Give me 1 second. Go away. I do like Debian. It's snappy as fuck. That's the wrong one. Let's do that one. This is kind of how and the more you live on this earth and the more you see how technology evolves and is getting used and stuff like that, it's a curve. It's like nothing happens, then do something amazing with it, and everyone jumps on the bandwagon, and it's the next big thing, and oh my god, my penis is getting 10,000 fucking meters long, and all the sexy girls want me, and then you look at the mirror, and then nobody wants to talk to you anymore because you have a small penis, you're really, really ugly. You get a little bit more mature, you get more money, people want to have you again. Oh, this is amazing, you're a good guy, and blah blah, and it will end up kind of like here. So if you go from here in a straight line to here, you see there's a little bit of an incline. And this is how the projection of AI should have taken naturally. But because of all the overhype and let's just call it hype, and people just investing stupid amount of money, and when there's a lot of money in the market, there will become a lot of scammers, and they are kind of one of the reasons why the bubble also will burst, because there'll be a lot of people taking money away from rich people just to take money away from rich people, because they also want to be rich. And then when people figure it out here, they get over scares, you know. They get scared. They get cautious. So we actually, you know, we go 10,000 steps forward, and then we go 10,000 steps, or even 20,000 steps backwards. And then it slowly starts to get more, it stands still for a little while. And then they start to be like, this was actually not a bad idea. We just need to use it where it makes sense. So they will like, okay, it makes sense here, it makes sense here, it makes sense here, it makes sense here, it makes sense here. And then at some point, we are in a world where we coexist with this technology that bursted. Like the .com bubble, like most of you guys cannot imagine a world without the internet, for example. You know. And at one day in the future where the AI is stabilized and we're taking away all the leeches and you know, all the all the managers that's like, we have to use AI, I don't know what to use it for, just use it kind of mentality. When that dies down, we will be like in 20 years, we like, I can't imagine living in a world without AI. Because AI is actually helping us right now. It's not being forced in our face, and we're not using it for useless fucking shit. You know, we're not using it to figure out how to fucking boil an egg or something like that. We're actually using it for things that makes humanity better, and it actually fucking makes a lot more sense. It's not becoming our therapist, for example. And that's when we get to here. That's when we get to here. And that can be in 2 years, 5 years, 100 years, nobody knows when that is. Because we only had one more tech bubble like this, and that was the .com bubble. We had fewer ones, but the massive one. But anything in technology that kind of becomes, like the iPhone. Oh, it's amazing, it's the future, blah, blah, blah. Then people figure out that it really can't do much. Like the first iPhone couldn't do anything. Then it kind of flopped, like nobody bought it after the hype was over and stuff like that. And then Steve Jobs was like, yeah, we actually need to allow people to have an app store so they can build apps for it. Because back then, everything on the iPhone was a web app. It was based on Electron app, if you think about it. He wanted everything to be done via the web browser. And people didn't like that, and it didn't work correctly, and internet issue, all of these fucking crazy things. So, people start to step away a little bit from the iPhone. Then they do the App Store, validation process, they show off some really good apps and blah, blah, blah. Now we can't live in a world without smartphones and app stores. But in the beginning, the iPhone was just a stupid phone with a big screen on it you could touch. It didn't do, like honestly, there were dumb phones that did more than the iPhone. But it was just unique, it was different, and all of this was within like, this was like, what is this German fucking, What's going on here? Have I put copyrighted music on this one? Whatever. This was like, I think within like 1 year, 1 to 2 years, this happened. When it was so hyped up, and then for like a year or so, people's like, yeah, we don't really need the iPhone. It's not really, it's fancy, it's cool, you know, but my dumb phone is just as good, and that's this area here. So this one here lasted maybe 6 months to a year. Maybe more than 1 to 2 years, or maybe 3 years. But when he started doing the App Store and stuff like that, that was when people was like, okay. The nerds bought it, the people like, yeah, let's give it a chance. And then it became a little bit more, you know. You also have to remember, this is another thing with new technologies. People need to be comfortable using it. You can't just give people that have been, you know, pushing physical buttons for like decades a touchscreen, you know. They had to get used to it, and it takes like a few years for people in general to get used to that as a society. There will be early adopters, but it takes some time. You know, so that's in this, like, it's starting to take up again. More and more people are getting, you know, comfortable. More and more people being like, oh, I can actually use this for more than just a fancy dumb phone. And then we are where we are today, you know. And this is kind of the again, really, really roughly explained. But this is going to happen with any technology. It's just the bigger the initial hype is, the bigger the crash, and the longer it may take until we find the norm. So the iPhone, I think, if I remember correctly, I could be wrong here, but there were talks about the iPhone was failing because it didn't have an app store, because people stopped buying it as they did in the beginning. And that was when, like him or dislike him, Steve Jobs was like, okay, I was wrong here, but he didn't admit that he was wrong because he actually thought he was wrong. He admitted he was wrong because he saw the market think he was wrong. You know, people saying like, we are not buying it because of these things. And as much as you don't like those things, well, if you're not buying my shit because of these things, what if I give you these things and then we will buy it? Well, then I'm giving you these things. You know, hey, okay, laptop. So he was like, what do you need? And they said, we need these things. And we're like, yeah, let's give it like slowly, or let's give it to you again. You know. Yeah, I'm happy, man. I hope you will too. Yeah, so here's my, like, this is how I tell people to use AI. Use it as much as you want, but trust and verify. Just like anything in this world. Don't just blindly trust anything you see in a video. Don't blindly trust anything you read in a newspaper. Don't blindly trust anything anyone say to you. If you feel if your bullshit radar, you know, that little corner on your left bottom, if that starts to tingle a little bit, it's like there's something wrong here. I don't know what it is, but something is not right here. My scrotum is starting to get really irritated, you know, like your left ear is waving a little bit, your nose is itchy. Go investigate. You know, go and figure out, like, is this actually right? But on the other hand, if you read something like, yeah, this seems to be right, then of course trust it as much as you're comfortable with. What are your opinion on the new stream hardware line and the stream machine? I'm trying to formulate it in a way that where YouTube is not kicking me off. They have a lot to prove. I don't think they have a lot to gain. We actually had a lot of talk about this at work lately. So look at the Steam Deck. The Nintendo Switch 2, in a week, I think it was a week or 2 weeks, but whatever it is, outsold the Steam Deck. And I don't mean outsold it in that week, no. It sold more Nintendo machines that has ever been produced Steam Decks. Hey, from Hamburg. Hey, Hamburg. So, that's not saying that there is not a market for the Steam Deck. That's not to say there's not a market for the Steam machine. You're going up against Microsoft and Sony. It would be, the Steam machine will be the Linux of the console world. Just like the Steam Deck is the Linux of the handheld. It will have a fan base, there will be people using it. It's not going to take over the world. I know a lot of people want it to take over the world. It just is not going to take over the world. Let me clear my screen and I can kind of explain a little bit what I mean by it if you're so inclined. Oh. So if you look at who have been fighting in the console world, you know, because the Steam Deck is a console. Console we mean both handheld and not handheld, but gaming on a platform that's not a PC. So that's basically a console. Look at the companies that have been fucking for decades fighting there. So that's you can't see that because it's black on black. That's been Sony, Atari, Microsoft, Nintendo. I might forget Sega. What do all of these have in common? They have way more of this than Valve does. Like, I know people don't like this because they love an underdog. Yeah, take care, Command. They like an underdog. But let's be realistic here for a second. Let's be fucking realistic here for a second. If you have $1,000, you can't compete with someone that has billions of dollars. You just can't. You can have the best idea in the world. And they will still outcompete you. They will do like just like look at Microsoft, what they did in the 90s, you know. How best shit crazy they were in the 90s. They will do that. They will make sure that only their machines get the support or they get it first. And then the Steam universe have to wait a little bit and all of these dubious fucking obnoxious bullshit. You know. You can be lucky. You can be Apple. That Apple is like one of those unicorn companies that actually happened to take on IBM, which was the biggest fucking computing company in the world, and win. That happens like 1 in a million times. Like a lot of people, and again, I get it. I totally get it. But a lot of people have this like, it has happened before, so it will happen again. Or it happened for this person over there, so it's going to happen for me. A lot of people, and this is like the debate I have with the Linux world a lot, is that they are like, in almost every Linux user's mindset, we should all be Tom Brady. We should all be Brett Favre before he showed his ding dong to the cheerleader. We should all be top paid elite athletes. Because they did it. They did it. How many professional NFL players are there in the world? There are 1,696 active NFL players in the world. Let's see if we can figure this out. It's 0.0005% chance that if you live in the United States that you'll be a pro footballer. Like, think about it. Just because someone does it, don't mean it will happen. Actually, now I'm looking at it. I think for you to become like a content creator and live off being content creator, not like a billionaire, but just live off it, it's a 0.1 or 2% chance. You have a 0.1% chance of living off being a content creator. So that means that there is a higher chance that you could become a successful content creator versus a successful footballer. And this is why I'm super skeptical about the Steam machine. There is a chance. There is a chance. Dude, there is don't get me wrong, there is a chance. But if I told you, if I said, Lamer, I know you're bathing in those Lamer money from like fondling all the dead bodies in the morgue and dating all the fucking nurses and taking their money. I know you're a rich mofo. Will you give me your yearly salary times 2 and betting that the Steam machine, the Steam VR, is going to become the number one consoles of their specific genre? Let's give it 5 years. Let's give it 2 years. 2 to 5 years. Will you bet 2 to 5 years yearly salary that the Steam machine will take over consoles and the Steam VR will take over virtual reality? If you are a smart person, you'll do the calculation I just did right now. Like, again, this is just footballers. We're not talking console. It may have like a 1% chance of taking it over, something like that. Maybe 1% chance. Maybe even 3% chance. But would you take that bet if you had a 3% chance of winning? Of course you don't. Most people would not do that unless they're like degenerate fucking gamblers. That don't mean that the Steam machine and the Steam Deck and all these can't exist. Of course they can. And they should exist. Competition is good. But like when you hear these Linux people, these like crazy people, it's like, oh, it's running SteamOS, therefore it's going, Linux is taking over the world. No. It's not. Linux is under 3% of market share right now. If you've been told for 30 years, this is the year Linux take over the desktop, and you know what happens? Nada. Oh, well, PewDiePie is using Linux. All these tech YouTubers are using Linux. We lost market share after PewDiePie started using Linux. Like, how much more stupid do you have to be? I saw someone be like, I don't trust in the statistic market share. I'm using the United States government's landing page. How many people in United States are using Linux, or how many people are using Linux to access the United States government homepage? Because that's the real number. So how many people are accessing the United States government's homepage? That would probably be 99% fucking Americans. I never fucking looked at it. I don't know anyone. other than government employees in Denmark that have used that site. So what you basically are testing is how many Americans are using Linux, which is about 5 to 6%. But that has nothing to do with the overall market share. It makes you feel good because it's like 6%. But you cannot sit and with like a straight face take that as like that's a fact. No. You just tested like a limited portion of people. And because it favored what you wanted to be, you use that as a statistic. Like I said, like I get this comment even on my my latest video, why people not moving away from Windows to Mac and Linux. Like I even fucking like put Mac OS under the bus. You know. And then people are like, oh, I know people that are moving over to Linux. I know people that are moving over to Mac. Yeah, I know people that are moving over to Windows. Just because you know a lot of people, like that would be me like saying Danish is the most spoken language on earth because I know only Danish-speaking people. And when people come from outside of the world and to live in Denmark, they learn to speak Danish. Therefore, Danish is the most expanding language on earth. Yeah, from my viewpoint it is. From where I stand right now and look at the world, that's totally true. But if you go to fucking Kenya or Zimbabwe or Uranus or something like that, they will say the same about their language. And that's the mentality of Linux. This is actually the mentality of a lot of tech users. They think like at best it's super narcissistic. Or so at worst, it's a super narcissistic tech to have. At best, it's main character syndrome times 10,000. Because for that to be true, if you disregard official statistics that are gathered from around the world, you disregard that to say, I know what's right because I can see it in front of me. Like, how more distorted in reality do you need to be? Like this is the most delusional fucking, like, the thinking to have on Earth. It just makes no fucking sense that for some reason, every Linux user is the fucking center of the universe. You know? For some fucking reason, every Linux user is the center of the universe. You know? Yeah, Linux memes got bigger. Yeah. Yeah, Linus, not Linus, PewDiePie did find a new hobby. Yeah. So, DaVinci Resolve is a bitch to get, like... So, DaVinci Resolve, they have, like, I think it's a CentOS-based distribution you can download. If you use that one, DaVinci Resolve is amazing. But using DaVinci Resolve on Linux, you're losing some codecs compatibilities. And unless you're using, I think it's an AMD card, it can be super fucking difficult to get set up stable. Or is it NVIDIA? It's one of those two. I can't remember which one it is. And a lot of people have a lot of problem with DaVinci Resolve on almost any Linux distribution. I'm not saying everyone, because some people have, like, if you're just putting together images from your fucking birthday or something like that, you will probably not have you will probably not have any problems with it. But if you start to get a little bit semi-pro with it, yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. A lot of these Linux YouTubers you see editing videos on Linux, they will probably produce more videos if they edit those videos on Mac or Windows. Because they could make more videos because the fucking software on Windows and Mac were better, more stable, were faster, had more capabilities, and was easier to use. But because for some fucking weird-ass reason, because my left testicle is blue and the other one is red, I don't fucking know. Some people can't just... They have to use Linux for everything. Like, they physically become morphed into a Unix if they don't use Linux for everything. Which is again, a super stupid take to have. You know, Linux will never be a replacement for Windows. That's why it's called an alternative. So what do Linux users say? Oh, use Linux, we have an alternative word processor. Not a replacement. An alternative. So that means that if it's a replacement, that means you can do everything and you don't need the previous one. No, they say alternative and then they try to gaslight you into believing it's actually a replacement. And this is the biggest problem I have with a lot of like the modern generation of Linux users. Is that they lure you in with saying it's a replacement. Or well, they gaslight you into saying that that it's a replacement. But in reality, it's just an alternative. They say, oh, you can replace this with that. That's what they promise you. Like someone made a comment on my video the other day on my new channel, and it kind of like I kind of felt bad for him. He's in his 60s and he's been working in the IT industry for many years apparently, and he was like, I want to move to Linux. But there's no guides on the internet to tell me how to move these files over, these like really professional workloads over to Linux. Like, we're not talking about moving your word processor. Like, you were talking about really like, not tough shit, but what is the right word? Not even complicated, but like, this is not just like moving your okay, I'm using this to view pictures, I'm now using this to use pictures, or I used to use Movie Player, now I'm using VLC kind of thing. It was like, these are really important workloads that this dude do for his job. And he was like, nobody is showing me how to move this over to Linux. And I had to explain to him that, for one, of course they're not doing it. Because most Linux YouTubers nowadays, and I mean most, and most Linux users have no idea how to do that. They have no idea how to teach you how to do that. So of course they're not going to make the video. Secondly, the Linux community don't want education, they want drama, and they want religion. I could make a video right now where we could sit and learn Flutter together. How many of you guys would be in here right now? We could sit here and do a Maui app together. How many of you will be in here right now? Almost none of you. And if you say that's lie, look at my views on non-drama in quotes, rage baiting Linux video on this channel. If there's a video where you actually can fucking learn a skill you can use at a professional job making hundreds of dollars an hour, no fucking views. But if I talk about how bad Linux is or Microsoft is, many views. Many views. So I had to explain that to him. And I told him, go to my Discord if you want help with it. And here's the thing. If you have to use Crossover or run Windows in a VM to do your fucking job, you are still a fucking Windows user. Why not run Windows then? I did the exact same thing for over 10 years. I ran Linux as my host, Windows in a VM. And the more I started to do tech work, the more I used the VM. The more I used VM. I was spending more time using Windows in a fucking VM than Linux. If you can, here's the thing. If you need Windows either in a crossover or emulator, you might as well just fucking dual boot. I know it's a little bit less irritating to run a VM, but you are technically dual booting. You are dual booter. You're just a little bit more convenient dual booter. I don't know how many people it's like, and I laugh at this. Like I like my like mask off autistic like self would love to go up to people and say what I'm about to say in a minute and laugh in their face so much that I'm spitting at them. I see so many Linux users say like, I've been using Linux non-stop for 10 years or 5 years, and like how many Windows virtual machines are you running? Oh, I have 3 or 4. Okay. You have 3 or 4 Linux virtual machines. Yeah. What do you use them for? I use one for coding and testing. And okay, so you also Windows user? No. I'm a Linux user. But you're running Windows? No. I'm a Linux user. No, you are a Windows user also. And it just won't fucking accept it. How many coders? Good old fucking coders. Oh, I love the coding world. They are so fucking... most developers should be kicked in the fucking balls and locked in a room and never get out, because they are not humans. They're creatures that can't fucking live in society. Because they it's all about... what is it called? Like UVUs and like they can optimize fucking code to high heaven. But if you ask them a question, they're like, did you just steal my coffee? Did you steal my monster? Did you say anything negative to my UVU? Like they are so one-track minded humans being, it's not even funny. They do 1 or 2 things in their life and that's it. Hashtag most coders, not all. But like a lot of developers I've seen in my life, both managers, like if they start as a developer, they do 1 or 2, they do it really well, but they only do 1 or 2 things in their life. That's all they fucking can manage. And there's many reasons for that, and we can go into that, but they, like, when I hear a developer give advice, if it's not about how to optimize to Rust or C++, I will not listen to them. Because 99% of developers know nothing about anything other than developing. But they're super good at it. Because being a good developer, you need someone needs to scramble your brain as a kid. Like, trust me. But yeah, look at developers that say, oh, I migrated to Linux, and then they boot in Ubuntu or Arch with a Windows VM, and they set in code on Linux, and they test it on Windows. So you're doing this elaborate fucking thing where you're coding on one machine and sending the workload to a virtual machine over here just to test it because you're working in a Windows-centered company so you can say you run Linux. You're giving yourself more points of failure. You're making your job harder than it should be. Just fucking develop on Windows. Do it in a VM, I don't care. I've seen like million subscriber developers do this exact thing. And the community is sucking their cocks, you know, bathing in their vaginas. Like, it's like, oh my god, my hero. Like, they're spending more time using Windows than Linux. They're just doing this Linux thing because it makes them look cool. Look at me, I'm using Linux, I'm cool. Like, come on, dude. I'm so fed up with the tech world, or at least the development world at the moment on YouTube. Because everyone's like, oh, I'm using Linux. Like, do you want a job as a developer? Yeah, you probably want a job as a developer, okay? Do you think you would find a job being an open source Linux developer? Probably not. At best, you will find a Mac development job. That is because Mac is built on FreeBSD. It has some Unix-like things in it. But there's a high chance if you want a cozy, good job, paying you a lot of money, you're going to bend over and take that Microsoft cock so far up your ass that you can taste Bill Gates' fucking hairy balls the next 10 years. A lot of people, they love being this, like, Linux is the greatest, open source, this and that, until it starts to become about their money. And it starts to become about this here. They have the excuses to high heaven and back. Excuses. Video playback by default. Introduce the battery life to man's laptop. Windows never had that problem. Yeah, don't get me started on Linux and laptops. Yeah. So I'm running Linux in a VM right now. This is a Debian installed in a VM. And Linux works really well in a VM. Linux probably works better in VMs than Windows does. At least I would say Linux works better in VMs on the free and alternative VMs. If you're using a paid virtualizer, it don't fucking matter. Because they actually spend the time making sure Windows actually runs really well in there. That's why you pay for it, you know. Make sure that it runs all operating system good, you know. Yeah, Linux can be tricky on bare metal. I can see that, yeah. And also, another thing you have to remember when you know, a lot of these, like, developer YouTubers that live off making tutorials on YouTube, they're not working in an office. You know, they're not working in a place where they have to work with a lot of other developers. They may have other, some of them actually employ other people to make tutorials with them and stuff like that. But for the most part, the people that live off YouTube or Twitch being developers, they are one-man band, a one-girl band. So for them, it's fucking easy to say I run Linux. They don't have to go into work where there's 5,000 fucking Windows machine, where they have to build bridges to talk with the Windows native software for it to work. When you think about it, like, if you're being honest here, it's a privilege if you can say you only run Linux, because that means that you are not doing anything of important in IT for the most part, unless you're running it on a server or in an embedded system and stuff like that. Because you don't have to be compatible with the rest of the world, so you must be alone, or you must be only working or have friends that also use Linux, which is a really, 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 really small group of people, about 3% of the market share right now. So it is a privilege, and it tells a lot about a person if they're like, hey, well, I can use Linux only. That you're part of a really unique group of people that has some really unique, not talents, but circumstances that makes it so you can run Linux only. When I was not a teenager, when I was a young adult and I was like a mechanic and stuff like that, I did not have to talk with other Windows systems. I was, it was me. I was the nerd. I could run Linux as long as I wanted. Because at most, my computer, this is the most important thing my computer had to do for my friends, was play music when we had parties. So if whatever OS I ran, if it could play MP3s, and it could pipe the sound out to speakers, that was the most important fucking thing for my friends and me. Most tech people don't live that life. Most developers don't live that life. And I see Linux developers and Linux tech people make all of these elaborate systems that combined probably cost more than a fucking up-to-date Windows machine, by the way. But they have these like elaborate like pipelines set in motion, so they can sit and say, haha, look at me, I'm using Linux. There's also audio issues, yeah. Was it AMD, by the way, GPUs that were fucked up with DaVinci? Okay, so it's AMD causing problems. Okay, gotcha. I just remember it was one of them. Sorry, I was a little bit behind with that. Oh, NeoVimmers. Oh, God, yeah, don't get me started on those. Yeah. Like, if So here's the thing. If someone comes up and say to you, I'm a Linux-only user, it tells you a lot about that fucking person. You probably don't have any friends. You don't have a social life. You have way too much time on your hands. And you're probably a little bit nuts because you care about things that most people don't give a fuck about. Like you're probably you're almost as obnoxious to listen to as a vegan. When I used Linux as my main system back, like I said, when I was a young adult, and later in life, nobody knew I was running Linux. Nobody knew I was running Linux. If I had a party and we needed an MP3 player, I found an MP3 player that looked a lot like Winamp or whatever fucking MP3 player was the most, modern one. Or I showed 2 or 3 of my friends how to use one. And that's it. They didn't say, oh, this looks unique and different. What OS is this? They're just like, are you not using Windows? No, I'm not. Okay. That's to the degree that they, this looks weird. This is not Windows. No. That's to the degree that they care. If I start to sit down and speak, well, look here, little Billy Bob, Josephine. You notice something really fucking unique. You must be superhuman because you discovered that I was not running Windows, which you are totally correct in. You probably also noticed that I was not watching or using Mac OS, which, yeah, my friends, I did not. So I am using Linux, which is this alternative OS to Windows and Mac OS that has these benefits, and some are more proven than others. But the real reason why I'm using it is because I'm a unique snowflake, a hipster, that think that I'm special and smarter than everyone else because I'm using this unique little thing that people think are hard to use. It's not hard to use because people have just not been taught it yet. It's hard to use because they apparently cannot fathom to read a text box or a manual or listen to someone helping them installing it. So it makes me feel super superior using it. And then my friends, oh my god, my friends, open source, Richard Stallman, my sex object. I masturbate more to him than I do to any porn sites on the universe. Let me explain about open source and how proprietary software is ruining the world. You're slaves. You're sheeps because you're using proprietary software. You are less of a human than me because you're using proprietary software. Imagine how many parties I would be invited to if I did that. Like, imagine how many fucking people would come to my parties if I talked like that. Just imagine that. Imagine that. I'll be sitting in the corner every fucking week and masturbating to Captain Janeway on the internet with Richard Stallman in his cult uniform, pretending to be smart and be the loneliest fucking person in the room. Because nobody wants to talk with that nutcase over there. Here's the thing. Nobody gives a fuck what OS you're running. You don't give a fuck about your licenses. Developers do. What license your software is a development question. It's a development philosophy. It's a management decision. It's not fucking Joe in his mom's attic or Josephine in her dad's basement where she's locked in because he's selling her. That got a little bit dark there, I'm sorry. Nobody gives a fuck. Don't get me wrong. You find the right person. You sit with that person. You have an amazing, great intellectual conversation about Linux. But those people are fucking few and far between, my friends. That's what we do here. Us, you and I, right now, we can have that conversation. You don't go to your local fucking coffee shop and hit on the coffee lane and be like, I'm an important person. I'm really important. I run Linux. I'm not one of those sheeps over there that got like a coffee latte with extra foam. No. I take my coffee black down the fucking straight like a man. I run Linux. You should really fucking get so wet in your pants right now because I am not a slave to the proprietary world. I want everything to be open. Besides my girlfriend, by the way, I don't want you to fuck my friends. I care about openness, but not with girls. Okay? Just to get that right. Everything in the world should be free and for everyone. And community-driven, but not your vagina. It should be for me only. Your titties preferably also be for me only, okay? Like, only me. You know what? You should probably be dressed in a fucking, fabrics from top to bottom so I'm the only one can see you. But everything else, my sweet, sweet, sweet lady, I'm not one of those. I'm a real man. I'm a Linux user. How well do you think that will work? Like, nobody will give a fuck. Nobody will give a flying fuck. Like, but this is what the Linux world have come to. Look at DistroTube, like, be on the right side of history. Dude, in 20 years, nobody gives a fuck. Even if Linux takes over the desktop, nobody will give a fuck. They're just like, oh, this is apparently how the new world is. This is what we're using now. Like to the degree that people care about open source and Linux, it's almost a fucking sickness. It's unhealthy. And I used to be one of those, by the way. Like, sadly enough, I used to be one of those. Until I got kicked in the balls by a few girls. Or until I realized that nobody wanted to talk to me when I was at parties because we just sitting there talking about Windows versus Linux and proprietary and open source. I'm just like, why is nobody coming and drinking with me? Why is nobody coming and having a beer with me? Nobody gives a fuck, man. Get over yourself. It's the same when I hear people like I'm so important. I do so important work. So I use full disk encryption, okay? I use like a 1 billion character password for everything, okay? I live in a Faraday cage. And I go up to the person and like, what are you doing? Oh, I developed this like temperature converter app on the App Store. Like, what? Yeah. I make like simple to use, everyday use apps. You're not like a secret spy or, found the cure for cancer or something. No. I just do app that an AI basically could make in 5 seconds. Okay. So you just told me you were a big fucking nutcase and I should be running away. Or I may end up in a plastic bag in different pieces. And be thrown in the harbor and in trash cans and stuff like that. Because I looked weird at you on the screen. Gotcha. Where's the door again? Like the Linux, like, yes, security matters. But in those kind of people's mentality, we should all be living in a fucking nuclear bunker. Like, come on, people. Yeah, Lame, I remember you talk about that. I've done the same shit where I work sometimes, where the whole IT department just come at me with a bill. They were like, this is how much money it will cost us to move to Linux. In equipment, in re-education, in downtime, in loss of efficiency over the next 5 years. What did you do, Lamer? Why did you delete him? Did I not see anything? Did Lamer become really power hungry? What did I miss? Lamer, what did I miss something? Oh, sorry. I think you hit the wrong button. Because he didn't seem to have done anything. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was just like, what the fuck? Maybe I missed something somewhere. No, it's fine. Just give him just say sorry to him when he comes back. Yeah, Dino. Yeah, I think it was a mistake. I think the overview menu almost like GNOME, but oh, you're talking about. What are we talking about again? Wheelman used the best tool for the job. Yeah. Dino or Dino. If you try and type in chat, you should be unbanned or unhidden or what the fuck it's called. Yeah, it's just like a lot of those, a lot of those fights that you know. Yeah, I got it, Lame. I got it. Sadly, Dino, they do think that deep. Well, when you think about it, when you think about thinking about it, when you think about it, it's actually not that deep thinking. But for them, it's deep thinking. They think they found like the Holy Grail, or you know, they know something you don't know, like that superior complex that I was talking about. And I honestly think that's the most. I think most people use Linux for the same reason why hipsters do the hipster things. You know, they do what everyone else is not doing. So there is something interesting about them. Again, I'm sorry to say this, but if using Linux and caring about open source is the most interesting part of your life, you are a fucking loser. Okay? The same if the most important thing about you, unless you're working on some massive fucking $1 billion project or company or something like that. The same with gaming. If the most interesting thing about you is that you're a gamer, you're a really boring person. Unless you're a game developer or a massive live streamer, you know, like you are like the Asmongold of the world or whatever, whoever the fuck, like XQC or something like that. Or a pro esport athlete. Unless you're one of those and you're like, I'm a gamer, and you don't talk about anything but gaming, and that's the most interesting thing about your life, you're a really boring person. Because it's becoming one-dimensional. It's not that the thing like Linux or gaming or woodworking is not a good thing. It's like, if that's the only thing you have to talk about, you're a boring person. You can only talk about development. You can only talk about coding. You're a boring person. You may be super fucking intelligent and good at it, but there are way more people that have no fucking slight inclination of wanting to talk about that thing with you. Don't become a boring person. Learn other things, do other things, have other interests. Well, you should not think about what everyone uses. It's I get it when you get into Linux, it's new, it's interesting, the hype is real, you're learning all these new things, and you're getting exposed to all these new ideas, and it gets your dopamine running, and it's fucking interesting as fuck. I get it. I can see someone that's like 2 or 3 years into Linux. The thing is, the best thing since sliced bread. I can totally understand that. Don't get me wrong. And especially if they're like 18, 19, 25 years old. I get it. Like, it's this like paradigm shifting fucking thing you just discovered. When you get a little bit older, get a little bit more knowledge about the world, you should grow the fuck up a little bit, okay? Like, I'm sorry to say it, but you know, like, if you want to connect with people, you have to talk about stuff that interest everyone. You know? And you may find a person that is interested in Linux and open source and stuff like that. You know, you may find that person. But statistically, you have a 3% chance of doing that. But if that's the only thing you can talk about, if that's the only, like, what are your hobbies? I'm a Linux open source advocate. Okay? What do I do for free time? I burn the fucking keycaps by typing on Reddit all day, all night, at work, at home, yelling and screaming at people on Reddit and bitching and moaning at Windows users. Okay? What are your plans for the future to become 100% Microsoft free and proprietary software free? How many people do you think want to be your friend? Yeah, what would be? I've been good. Been really, really good. Been basic, but good. Yeah, it goes for Linux, Windows, any OS. Like, unless you find a person that is exactly have the same exact interest, which probably would be a bad match because, nobody fucking wants to be together with someone that's basically you just with boobs or you with, like, younger or older. It's going to be boring as fuck. It's just like Asmongold. He's like a commentary politics streamer right now. Do you think he goes and talk about politics with everyone? Of course he don't. He talks about the things that they also like to talk about that interest both of them. Yeah, you have to talk to people, you have to, Here's the thing. I have thousands of comments, thousands of hours live streaming. I don't know if it's thousands of hours but hundreds of hours live streaming where people is doing exactly what I'm talking about right now. I have almost 30 years of Linux experience being in the Linux communities where people are doing exactly what I am talking about right now. I'm not... to be honest, I'm underselling it. I'm actually underselling it, not to be too fucking argumentative on YouTube, so they give me another... I got a copyright strike, by the way, the other day, for showing a 2-minute video in a 3-hour live stream. Because we reacted to someone baking a cake or something like that. So some Korean news let copyright strike me. And I had to sit and do re-education about... I'm not joking, it was called re-education. About copyright strikes. And it was a kid's movie. A 4-minute movie. Done like I was 5 years old. It was a cartoon made for kids explaining copyright. Or fair use. And fair use. Imagine that. YouTube, a billion-dollar company, think that grown-ass adults, because people... And again, my video goes 100% on the fair use. I don't... Because if I do... I think it's like 5 questions you have to ask. And then after 90 days, it goes away. The copyright strike goes away. I didn't want to deal with the whole counterclaim and all this shit, so I just did the fucking quiz and I'll wait 90 days. Who gives a fuck? But the video was so condescending. It's not even fucking funny. I'm not joking. They were like, let's listen to Bob the Squirrel or something stupid like that. And Unicorn Emo Kid, Bob the Squirrel was recording a video on his phone to send it to other people. Is this okay? And then, let's sing a song. Why it's not okay? I'm like, oh, goddamn. Are people this fucking stupid in the world? Yeah, that was another one. They were like, do all condoms have fair use? And I had to say, no, they don't. I got one of them wrong. And I actually kind of knew that it was wrong, but it was like... I was like... But this is the most... I picked the most important one, don't redistribute it. But all of them, they gave us scenarios where it was wrong to use other people's work. And I'm like, well, all the other ones could be transformative in some way other than just copy-pasting it, basically. And it's just... When I saw that video, I'm just like... Okay. So, because I got an unfairly copyright strike, and most copyright strikes on YouTube is actually unfairly, to be honest. You want me to sit and watch like a movie that seems like it came out from the 90s kid TV series? Like, fuck you, YouTube. And they call it a re-educational program. What other places use re-educational programs? Dictatorships. A downgrade from Windows 7 to 11. Windows 11 is not a downgrade. Windows 11 is not a downgrade. It is technically better than Windows 10. Like, on a pure tech, like from pure tech, it's better than Windows 10. Calling it a downgrade because you don't like some pre-installed software, that, again, that's just unintelligent take. You can say like they are getting forced upgrade to something they don't want. That's probably a better way of saying it. But I just that mentality of the, it's a downgrade because they don't like recall. It's a downgrade if the technology is worse. The kernel is worse, the battery life is worse, the performance is worse. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, then it's a downgrade. But Windows 11 runs better than almost any other Windows versions. It just have a lot of shit on it people don't want, which, yeah, I have a video showcasing you how to fucking make an ISO that don't have that. On both of my channel. I have an updated one on my new channel. And if you are this, like, if Linux users are this fucking smart people, as they say they are, it should be no problem to make a custom Windows ISO. But for some reason, this is another one to fuck about. I don't like KDE because it's too complicated. Let me install Arch the Archway and tell everyone how smart I am because I can read a manual. So, installing Gentoo and Arch and Slack, where you have to learn something and read a manual, that's okay. That complication is okay. But I don't like KDE because it has too many buttons and options. I'm so technically smart. I don't want to spend time to learn how to make a Windows ISO I can give to the people that actually want and need Windows without all the bullshit on. If you don't want to do that, we can't have this conversation. Because you're not even on the same fucking level then. I'm sorry to say it. And your solution to their problem is just use Linux Pro. No. It takes 30 minutes to make a like, you can customize Windows. That's new. Windows Linux. You can customize Windows almost as much as you can customize Arch Linux. If you know how to fucking do it. But most Linux users, like I said to the senior guy, or the mature guy, most Linux users barely know how to fucking turn on their computer. If you had just one fucking part of intelligence in your body, you will understand that you get nowhere by telling people what to do. AKA, I have a problem, run Linux. No, you help them with the problem. Then they trust you. You help them with other problems. They start to trust you more. And then they may come to you and say, I have heard about this Linux thing. Can I use it? And you have to be fucking honest with them. Yes or no? Honestly, not because you want them to, but because it makes sense. And there will be time where you say, no, you can't run Linux, my friend. You just can't. It won't fit your lifestyle. I'm sorry to say it, you just can't. You may, in best case, dual boot. Or VM one of them. But most Linux users, they want to dictate everyone how to use their fucking computers. Again, that's the most unintelligent way of getting people over to your side. Don't tell people what to do, show them what they can do. Help them. Look, a group of people that have cornered this really well are Mormons. I will go get a soda and I'll explain why that is. Are you guys ready for some Mormon action? Let's get some Mormon action going here. I'm trying to... I think I got some another copyright free music from other places apparently in this one. Anyway, my friends, why has Mormon found the right solution to this problem, or one of the right solutions for this problem? I don't think... Funny enough, Mormon is like a massive, like, American religion, if I'm not mistaken, right? Like, correct me if I'm wrong here. But Mormon, like most people in the universe, like at least like in the Western world, know what Mormons is. They have like, what is it called? The people that goes out like in suit and tie and talk to you and stuff like that. What are they called? They have like a weird word for them. What do they do? I've met many Mormons, younger people, I can't remember what the fuck they're calling them. They always, like, they look fucking dapper as fuck, you know, like, the girls love them, and they see, because, like, it's like, pressed, you know, what is it called? Pressed pants, iron shirt, polished shoes, tie, you know, they fucking look like, the Danish girls, they fucking, missionaries, there you go, thank you. They look dapper as fuck. I've never seen a Mormon. And I met many of them. And I've met many... I have this conversation with people from all over the world. I never seen a Mormon missionary coming up and demanding you to be a Mormon. I never seen a Mormon come up to you, or anyone I know or talk to, and look down upon them, or anything like that. I'm not joking here. I had missionaries, because I was walking home, and they were also just walking around my city, and they were like, "Can we talk to you for a minute?" Yeah. Am I believer in anything? Not really. I don't like. I'm a little bit like, there may be something, I don't know. It's not my, you know, it's not my place to say if there is something or not, because I don't fucking know. A lot of evidence say that there is nothing, but there is still a chance that there is something. So I can't sit and say that religion is bullshit. You know, if it helps you, it helps you. I'm fine with it. But I'm just being honest. I can't fucking say if there's something or not. I don't have that knowledge. I personally don't believe there is anything. I don't believe in any, like, I personally don't believe in there's a God and stuff like that. I'm more like, I will be more accepting to the, what is it called? Simulation theory, because it makes more sense, logical sense. You know? But who knows? If there is just a 0.1% chance that something could happen, you can't say that with 100% guarantee that it never will happen. Because there's a 0.1% chance, or a 1% chance that it may happen, or may be the truth. So I explain that to them, and they're like, "Oh, that's fine." They may ask, "When was the last time you prayed?" I'm like, I don't pray, I'm not a Christian, or I don't have like a belief system and stuff. Okay, fine. And then they start talking about the weather. They talk about what's the best place to get a food. And a few times I've been like, not to be a dickhead, but I'm actually on my way home. And I live like 25 minutes away from here. And it's hot, because they're usually here in the summertime. It's like, it's kind of hot. And I like what you're doing, but I don't think it's for me. And they're like, "Oh, well, you know what? We have nothing to do. It's okay if we follow you home." I'm like, yeah, why the fuck not? And we just go for 20 minutes and talk about cars, airplanes, nature, Danish versus American, all of that fucking bullshit. when you tell them, and this is my experience and other, I don't know if this is like universal, but it's like my experience with Mormons, and when I hear other people talking with Mormons, they never push their religion on you. When you say no, they just become normal people like anyone else. That's how you get people in. Okay? You don't want to talk about it? Let's just become friends then. Maybe later. Then, I will meet the same fucking people 6 months later. Or next year. The year after. I'm like, holy shit, you guys are still... Yeah, we went home and we are back again. And have you considered praying and stuff? Like they will just once in a while ask, nah, not really. Okay. Talk about cars, girls, and all that shit again. That's how you do it. This whole bullshit online by sitting and you are the devil, you're on the wrong side of history, this is evil. Do you honestly think you get people on your side by being a demanding motherfucker? Honestly, it will give you more enemies than friends. Because most people have this like anti-authoritarian, like you should don't tell me what the fuck to do. Like they have that in them. If you come up and you force them or tell them to do something, or they are a bad person, you're ticking all their fucking defensive boxes, man. Like you're ticking all the boxes for them not to listen to you. Okay, you want me to do this, or I'm a bad person. I'm killing babies and dolphins. I'm worse than the devil. Who the fuck are you to tell me that? For running a technology. Who the fuck do you think you are? It's the best way of not getting people to do what the fuck you want. The Mac users learned this in the 90s, by the way. They don't have to be ready to accept it. This is a thing. This is again a mindset thing that's wrong. They don't have to accept, because that means that, okay, I know I'm right, they're just not ready to see that I'm right. That again is a superiority complex. It's a, I know better. I'm better than them because I have accepted it. No. They have to come to you of their own volition if they want the change. And if they don't want the change, there's no acceptance to not be had. There's no path to be taken or not be taken. If you want Air Jordans, you want Air Jordans. If you don't want them, you don't want them. It's that it. That's how it is. There's nothing that needs. You don't need to accept that you want Air Jordans. You may not need them now, but you may need them in 5 years, or want them in 5 years. No. I was like, Mormons, like, again, I have my own. I won't go into this, like, because I will get booted off Twitch, not Twitch, YouTube, if we talk too much religion. But there are a few religions where the people of that congregation, or what it's called, I always have good interactions with it, and Mormons is one of them. I never had a bad interaction with a Mormon. They are super polite. They are super accommodating. And don't get me wrong, I know they are doing it because they want to be part of them. I know they're trying to play me. I know it's just a tactic. I know it. But on the other hand, I've had other religions come and tell me that if I don't join them, I will go to hell and I'm on the wrong side of history and I'm a bad human and I basically is like killing sheep in Afghanistan or something fucking like that. And it's another main Christian, what is it called? Congregation or something like that told me that. Mormons never had a fucking problem with, and some of them, like, if it's like an 18-year-old, I will not go, too much into it. But if it's like a 30, 40-year-old, I test them. I ask them some hard questions and stuff that never been disrespected, never see them being angry or, at most it's just like, well, we just see the world differently than you do, kind of, way they're talking about it. But if I said that to someone else in some of the other religions, I would be fucking castrated in open, you know. Jehovah's Witnesses is one of the worst ones, to be honest. You know. Switch to Linux is like buying a shoe. Have you ever bought a pair of shoes and never have growing pains? Have you ever paired a shoe you didn't have to walk in? I would love to know the shoes that I can just take on and it just fits perfectly from day one. Some takes longer than others, I will give you that. But every time you buy new shoes, even if it's the fucking same shoe from the same manufacturer, there is a walk-in time where they are a little bit uncomfortable. Yes, switching to Linux is a little bit more uncomfortable, but in reality, what that is just switching to anything is just a matter of how uncomfortable is it. And I will also say this, the Linux user makes it way more uncomfortable than it should be. Because especially nowadays, most people can switch almost painless to Linux if they didn't have to deal with the fucking crazy Linux users. And all the politics and all that fucking shit. And they got, guided the right way from the beginning. You know, if they did not get bullshitted into run Linux, but if they got told, yes, according to what you're doing, the software you run, the games you play, you can switch to Linux. Let's do it the most efficient and best way possible. Those people can switch to Linux with almost no growing pain. The problem here is that if you talk to Linux users and you say, I'm interested in Linux, oh, Arch Linux, Gentoo, Linux from scratch. Oh, you can do anything on Linux you can do on Windows. Oh, like they oversell it. Like massively oversell it. That's the problem. Yes, then you go into growing pains because your expectations is not reality. And that's the growing pains. If you expect that I need to learn a little bit new things. If you already expect that and ready for it, it's not a problem. You know, if you want to sit down and learn a new coding language, you don't sit, oh, fucking hell, I have to learn a new coding language. Oh, goddamn, why they're not doing the same way as the C does and blah, blah, blah. No, you accepting, yes, I know I have to learn a new coding language, and there will be stuff I don't understand right away. So therefore, as it's a little bit uncomfortable, it's a little bit irritating and frustrating to some degree sometimes, but you will stick with it and you'll get there, depending on what it is, what language is faster, you know, or not so fast. But, you know, or you want to learn to knit, never knitted before, you find a really good tutorial online and, I understand, I have to learn, you know. Where it's like, oh, no, so you can drive a bicycle. Yeah, you can knit. That's like the Linux equivalent to this fucking conversation. They're like, you can ride a bicycle, you can knit. That's the expectation they give people moving from Windows to Linux. You know. So here's the thing. Nothing in Linux is hard. Nothing in life is hard. It just takes more dedication. And it takes time. It takes discipline. And one of those may be more difficult for you for certain reasons. You know. And you see, oh, it's too hard for me. No, it's not too hard for you. You may not do it the right way. You may approach it in the wrong way. You may not have found the right way of learning it. Or you are rushing it where you should not be. You know, there's some, like, I honestly believe that anyone can almost learn anything. Almost learn anything. It's just a matter about how they get there. And how long it takes and how dedicated they are. Because most people don't give up because it's too hard. They get up because I don't understand it, it must be too hard. No, you could understand it if you approach it in a different way. Or if you dedicated yourself a little bit more. Like I love to like I love this because a lot of people will say like, oh, so I've been using Windows for, oh no, like what is a good example? Oh yeah. You see all of these people say, oh, don't go to school to learn a thing. It's like, okay, why not? Well, I can learn it on my own. Yeah, but let's do the math. So to become just an entry, let's say a junior developers, we call them JD. You go to school for 4 years. 4 years. That's 5 days a week. How many hours is a school day nowadays? A typical school day for like uni and stuff like that? 6? Do we have a calculator? Okay, so let's do some math that I can't do here. So 6 hours times 5 days, that's 30 hours. So you have, just to get the same amount of knowledge and experience by doing it at home as a college student doing a week, you have to put in 30 hours. Some may a little bit more, some may, but on average, let's just say 30 hours. That's 1 week. How many months or weeks are there in a year? 32? Am I right about that? 32? So for you to have the same amount of experience and knowledge as a college student that have dedicated their college time to learn this field in a year, you have to have spent the equivalent. If you get the same, like if you're that good that you can find the same quality material, you should have spent 960 hours of your own time at home to be on the same level. Maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more, depending on the person. Let's time that with 4. 3,840 hours it will take to become a junior developer. If it takes 4 years, 5 days in a week, 6 hours a day. Let's do the math a little bit more simple here. Most people only have like 2 hours a day. 2 hours a day to learn a new thing because of work, obligation, all that fucking shit. And or they zoom out on YouTube or race on Reddit. So it will to just get a 6 hours work, like get the knowledge from a 1 college day. It will take a normal person 3 days. They have to use 3 physical days to accumulate the same knowledge and experience. Because what is knowledge? It's learning plus time. You learn something, you're experiencing it. It's experience and learning with time, and you do it over a certain amount of time. That makes you knowledgeable. It makes you being able to use that skill. You know, you have to learn it, you have to use it, and you have to use it over time. That's how you get experience. So that means that, was it 300 and... this is hours. Oh yeah, here. So I said 3 days to get 1 day, so that's 3 times. What? I can't think now. Is it 3 times 6? But is that right math? So to get 1 week of knowledge, it will take you 18 days. If the math is right, I could be wrong here. Again, my brain is farting right now. So what a college student or someone going into education learns in 5 days will take someone that learns on their own time, that on average have 2 hours of learning experience per day. Let's say they only learn 5 days a week. It will take them about 18 plus hours to get, or days, 18 plus days to learn the same as someone that that has dedicated study time in a structured manner. It's never faster to learn on your own than take an education. You can't sit and say, a few people can, but most people can't sit and say that, okay, you become an expert in 5 years doing this, I can become an expert. Hey, Google, stop. It was starting to record my voice. You can't sit and say, okay, it took you 5 years to learn this, I can do it in 4, on my own. Or in 5, on my own. There is a 99% chance, a 95% chance you can't do that. Because you are not in a structured environment. All your planning is done for you. All the what is it called? The books you need to read is already found for you. The videos you have to watch is already found for you. Because if you're learning on your own, you're not only are you learning on your own. This is like when you have found the material. You also have to find the material. And validate that it's good material. So technically, for these 18 days, you may spend 1 to 2 days just finding the right material. Or you start one education track online, you find out it's bullshit, you try another one, you wasted a week and learned nothing. I've done this so many fucking times. Oh, take this online course or take this, and then like 2 minutes into it or a day into it, you realize that they're basically not teaching you anything. They're not teaching you anything you could not do on YouTube in 5 minutes. But it took you 2 days, or it took them 2 days to get to that point. So you also have to curate the content. There are people out there, like the 2000 IQ people that can learn anything in like 5 days. But for most people, I mean you, me, anyone else that's around here, there is no faster way of learning a skill than going to school. The other alternative, and that is that, not alternative, but, what the fuck did I do? There you go. To get 5 years of, let's say you were like 10 years old when you started, let's say just coding. And now you're 25 years old. You have like 15 years of experience of hobby coding and stuff like that. There's an easy way. And that's just taking the test. And pass it. You could do that. But look, you probably need to have 15 years of hobby experience to get in and take the test. But I don't know how many, and again, you see so many videos on YouTube. Zero to hero. This is how I got like a 6-figure fucking job with like 6 months of experience. If you see that, it's most likely bullshit. I'm not saying it will never happen. But it's most likely bullshit. They probably got nepo babied into that fucking job. Their dad or whatever the fuck it is probably got them in. Or they know someone that got them in. Because nobody's going to hire someone to be the team leader or fucking apartment leader with no experience in that field. Nobody's going to do that. Never, ever. Unless there is some favoritism or you're just a fucking genius. It could be, but most of the people I see on YouTube are not geniuses. Because then they will not be on YouTube. They will be making billions of dollars being geniuses. And it's just like, but again, if you look at it from like a human nature kind of thing, it is really enticing, right? Just take this course and pass it, and you will get a diploma that you're a junior developer. Or take this like 30-hour course and you get a diploma that you're a C Sharp or C++ developer. And our course will help you pass it. What are they saying in reality? What are they saying in reality? So take this class and pass it. And you will get like a diploma. And it's like a 40-hour class. That sounds typical, 40-hour class, right? Do you honestly think, with no coding experience whatsoever, that if you took a 40-hour class in Python, the most simple programming language on earth, that you could become as good as someone that went to school for Python and you would get a diploma and get to the same level? Because here's the thing. If you could learn Python good enough to get a Python job in 30 hours or 40 hours, every university on earth will do it in 40 hours. Why is that? Less time, more people. You know, it takes less time so they can get more people in per year. More money. So instead of they having 80 students a year, they can have 180. More money. That's why a lot of these online courses are massive bullshit. What they are good for, what I realized when I took them, because I've taken them. Yes, if you already have a lot of self-taught coding, let's say you have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years of hobby coding behind you in Python, you can take this 40-hour class and get a diploma says that I actually know what I'm doing. But you need this body of work before. I cannot explain to you, when I started to learn Python, it was like the first programming language that I got comfortable using. Not good or anything. I can do the bare, simple, basic, simple shit in it. The basic, simple shit. I have taken so many free and some paid classes online, and I had to stop like 10 hours into it because the first 5, and this is how they get you. The first few hours is like, what is a variable? I learned that in a YouTube video. What is a class? I learned that it's super simple, I learned that in the video. Then they go into polymorphism, inheritance, scopes, design principles, and like, what the fuck are you talking about? All the things that nobody taught, most people will not teach you in a video because most people are not going to click it because it's boring as shit. Sitting talking about design principles and stuff like that. But you need to know that to get the diploma, because what this is telling you, why is it so laggy as fuck? What this is telling you, or what this is telling an employer that wants to hire you, is that if you have this, I can give you, the person having this certificate, the most basic job in Python. You can do the most basic Python jobs without supervision. That's all it tells me. I don't need to babysit you to do entry-level Python coding. But if I want you to do, like, build like a million fucking lines of code or thousands lines of code project with 5 different people following these fucking paradigms and stuff like that, you may need babysitting. Even if you have this diploma. It just tells you that you're good enough to do the basic job without supervision. Yeah, take care, John. Have a good weekend, my friend. So that's the only thing this is telling you, by the way. It's not, you're not an expert. Because what is expertise? It's knowledge used over time. Okay? So to take these like 40, 100, or how many hours these online classes are, you need to put in a lot of self-teaching work. What these are, what you should look at not all again, this is not all, but most of them, especially the free ones, all they are refresher courses. They are courses you take when you already have the knowledge, but you have not used it in a few years, or, you know what, I want to take, I may know most of it, but I need like a refresher course, I need like, I need to get a little bit up to date, or, I use mostly this part of Python. I forgot a little bit about this part of Python. These courses is amazing for that. But that's not what they tell you. It's the same with like the CO2. Let us clean this up. I'm feeling like, should I start to vote out in a WoW raid run? Because I'm feeling a lot like Pirate Software right now. Should also give you a lot of common sense advice and disguise like I'm this like super fucking knowledgeable human being, which is actually what I'm doing right now. So I'm really, really, really fucking close to be Pirate Software. But, the Zero to Hero videos, where you watch like 4 or 5 hours on name what the fuck it is. If you could become a fucking full stack developers in 4 hours or 6 hours and 10 hours, every college would be doing it. If you want to know what's the best way of doing something or the most efficient way of doing something, it's what everyone else is doing. Until something comes along that everyone else is doing. It may not be the fastest, but it's typically the best because that's why everyone else is doing it. Like, you're not smarter than the majority of people. You're not smarter than people that have sit and paid millions, if not billions of dollars of finding ways of optimizing an education system so they can get more money, either from the state or from private people. Because like here in Denmark, we get free education, but it's still getting paid for by the state. So the more people, they get money, or they get equipment and stuff like that, per student and whatnot. So if you think that you can become a Zero to Hero in 4, 5, 10, 8 hours, you're a mistake. I'm watching some of them right now with Flutter. I'm learning Flutter. But I'm not just only watching them. I'm also reading. I'm searching. Searching on Google. I'm asking AI. And I'm not just watching one of these. I may be watching 10 of these. And the shortest ones are 4 hours. The longest one are 10 hours. Like, this can be part of your education. This can be part of your help. I also talk to people. I ask for help. I read Stack Overflow and all these fucking things. But all these like Zero to Hero videos are refresher courses. I haven't used Python in I haven't coded Python probably over a year now. If I had to, let's say someone's like, oh, can you help me with this Python project? I will more than likely find like a 2 or 3 hour, 4 hour video about Python and watch that before I started doing that. Just to get my brain refreshed. You know what I'm saying? Just to get back in the groove, basically. Or I will start to sit for like a weekend, like spend like 4 hours Saturday and Sunday coding small little Python programs to get my brain into the Python kind of thing again. That's what these videos are good for. Or these like 20, 40 hour, courses online. And the worst thing is, now that we're being totally honest and transparent here, a lot of people are starting to put these on the paywalls. So they would be like, oh, here's a snippet of my video. Here's how to do a thing in a coding language. If you become like a member or something like that, you get like the full course. Or you pay me $20 on this website, you get the full course. And you will become an X, Y, and Z developer. No, they are refresher courses. I learn most of my stuff that I learned from the internet. And I spent more time learning that skill. And that's a combination of videos, forum hopping, website reading, and then sit and testing it out and coding. It's different. I have so many fucking I should show you all my projects one day. I have like 20 or 30 projects I'm working on in 3 different coding languages right now. But I spend hours a week. Sometimes I spend more hours than I do working hours learning on new things. Where if I just fucking went to school, I could do it in half the time. If not faster. Again, if you already know one coding language, the second one becomes easier, the third one becomes easier. That is true. But the huge... just like I say, like the Linux people are bullshitting you, the tech people are also bullshitting you. Again, like I said, always be skeptical, trust and verify. You know. I feel baffled that people fall for these Zero to Hero videos. Or take this course and you get a diploma, and then this is the thing, they say people get a job, they don't say how long they stay at that job. Because a lot of them get fired because they can't keep up. Or they get so stressed out because they took this course, they got hired, the expectation of them is so super high, and to keep up, they have to fucking work more hours at home than they do at their job, basically. And they get so stressed out they can't function anymore. It is quit. If I could do it, I would do it also. I'm not gonna lie. Again, 100% honest. I have thought many times about making Windows and Linux either PDFs or videos and put them behind a paywall. But here's the thing. It only works if you have a sizable audience. Because most people can't even afford it, and most people, they like watching your videos, but they're not really, they just want to learn a little bit to do like a hobby project here and there. They're not, most people don't go onto YouTube to find a career in that field. If you get what I'm coming at. Unless you have a really, like if you're like Hardware Canucks and stuff like that. Or you are, what is it called? Like Prime, what is it called? Premium Prime coding. Like if you're people like that with like hundreds of thousands of subscribers, you can do it. Because maybe 3 or 4 or 5% of your viewer base would pay for this. And it is a cash grab. But it's also a good way of earning a little bit extra money. It's a good way of earning a little bit of money. And again, a lot of people that buy these, not all, but a lot of them, they go in with the same expectation like I'm selling you. They know it's just a refresher course. And that's, I myself, if you were like, Kent, here's a Zero to Hero video that's really, really fucking good about, let's just say Flutter, because that's what I'm learning right now. But it costs $20 or $10. Even $5 is even better. Yeah, I will pay those $5. Because I would if a lot of people say this is a fucking good course, you're not becoming an expert. Welcome back, Liam. You're not becoming an expert, but you will learn a lot from these like 4, 5, 10 hours. Yeah, I will definitely pay like $100. No, not $100, sorry. $5, $10 for that. I feel that's worth it. Even if it's just like an advanced refresher course. Yeah, like you put it behind a membership. Yeah, I will subscribe to that for to get like a really good course. I will definitely do that. But I also don't go in with it and say like I know nothing, and after these 8 hours I'm like fucking Bill Gates and Linus Torvalds and Bosniak morphed into one person. Like I still think there is value in refresher courses and there is value in learning material. But if you told me like it's $100 course, I'm like, oh no, fuck you. You know what I'm coming at here? But if it's like a symbolic, which again, most of them are like, like a $5 membership or, stuff like that. Yeah, Learn Linux is a good channel, but I feel like again, I'm being honest here, I feel like he's becoming one of the crowd. He's starting to cater to the maniacs. He's starting to cater to the maniacs. Continuing education, yeah. But yeah, it's like I said, that there's so much bullshit going on the internet. I will not call it mainstream. It's just like he used to not be afraid of taking a stance that went against the community. And now it just feels like he's just like, he tries to be on, like he's sitting on the fence a little bit too much, where he should not be sitting on the fence. Like, yeah, I kind of get why they're saying that, but I understand, I get the community's a little bit toxic, but so can every community be, kind of thing. It's just like, no. The Linux community is uncategorically one of the most toxic communities on the fucking internet. Like, it's not even up to debate. Yes, there are toxic elements to every community. Linux is just one of the worst one. And if you deny that, I don't know what... You're either part of them, or you live in a fucking hole somewhere. Like, if people stop using your product, and Linux is a product, even if it's not being sold, it's a product. Even if you are like, for what is his name? Richard Stallman, open source, that's his product. It's a product. It's a thing that he believes in. But anyway, it's a product. But what the fuck was I coming at? Yeah, if people are leaving your product, not because it's a bad product, they actually really like it, and they really, really like it, but they leave because of the community, the people using it. And I have close to 30 years of experience in seeing this. And plethora of fucking internet articles and videos talking about this from other creators and other users. So it's not just my opinion. It's me and many others' opinions and evidence that say this. You have a problem with your fucking community. The fact that one person is leaving because of the community, you have a community problem. I know it's oversaturated a little bit, but you get what I'm coming at here. There will always be disfranchised people, but technically, if one person leaves because of the community, you have a community problem. It's not a big one, but you have a community problem. Nobody should... So, this is another thing. Nobody should know how a computer works. If they don't want to. It's like me saying that you should be a fundamental mechanic to drive a car. And this is why I more and more... The more I would say also get a little bit older, but... The more I start to see the world more clearly, and not with like an angry, it's my way or the highway kind of way, and everyone that's not doing it my way are stupid and stuff, which I used to have that fucking mentality for years. The more I start to see the world just as an observer, not taking side, not judging, just observing. The more Mac, the more Apple makes more sense. So I saw an interview with Steve. I'm mixing words together. I was about to see Steve Cox. What is the CEO of Apple? Tim Cook. So Steve Cox. Yep. Steve had a cock. So the interviewer asked him, what is the screen time of the CEO of Apple? And he looked at her. And he said, I had to physically fucking put a lock on my phone because I was using it too much. And she looked at him and he said, I'm paraphrasing a little bit here. And he's like, yeah, our products should not make you addicted to technology. Our products is meant to make your life better. Not controlling it, not taking it over, not being used all the time. Again, I'm paraphrasing here. But he said, like, we make things the way we do to make your life better. I think is what he said. Like, word for word. Something of that, almost word for word. And disagree with their politics and all that fucking shit. Like, they do a lot of shit I don't like as a company. But that statement, I like. I like that statement. Because God knows Microsoft don't do that. They want you to use their platforms and their technologies all the fucking time. And the same with fucking Google, the same with Meta, the same with Android, the same with Samsung. I have not heard the CEO of fucking, what is this called? Beatman, what the fuck is his name? From OpenAI say that we just want to make your life better with AI. We don't care if you use it once a week or once a year. Heck, I haven't even fucking heard Elon Musk say that. And I actually like him quite a lot. But that and I saw this the other day. This, like, was it last week or the week before that? I saw that. And now every time I use a product, every time I use anything, I always think to myself, are they trying to make my life better or make me use this all the time? I can't stop thinking about it. Which is like, I'm like, And it started to kind of a little bit like infecting my brain in a way that it's starting to, I'm low-key debating on my buying decisions looking at it like that. Sam Beatman. He has a weird name, right? I can't fucking remember his name. But now, every time I do anything has to do with technology, I'm not, like, low-key is thinking, like, are they trying to make me addicted to it and use it all the time? Or do they actually want to make my life better? And when you think about that again, I'm going to, let's call it fanboying about Apple a little bit. It's not because I particularly like Apple. I do like it, but not like, I use Windows. Right now I'm sitting on a Windows machine running Linux. I use Mac OS for like an hour or a week nowadays. I have an iPhone. I just got I actually just got this phone here. Was it 3A? Which is an amazing phone. Yeah, I just got this one. Like, if you want a good budget phone with good, amazing battery life, amazing cameras, and a slimmed down version of Android, get this one here. Like, amazing. But back to the Apple fanboying a little bit here. When he said that, I'm like, oh, this is why Android, they're behind on Android in some aspects. Yes, they could just have given us X, Y, and Z feature. But if it don't bring anything, let's say that feature is just like, it's just like an aesthetic, nice thing to have. Why should they do it if it don't make your life better? And and when you look at Apple as current Apple, not Steve Jobs' Apple, current Apple, and you look at everything they do with the mindset, does this make sense and does this make the user's life better? You start to understand why they're doing things the way they're doing. Sometimes they hit, sometimes they miss. I would not say everything they do is fucking great, because it's not. Their whole AI, for example, is just fucked up, batshit crazy. Siri has never really fucking worked. You know, let's be honest here. But oh, you're not giving us rearranged icons until you find a way where it actually makes fucking sense to use it. Or we can't just go nuts with customization, because even it may be good for good, wallpaper, or not wallpaper, but it would be good for Reddit posts. It don't fucking make any sense or matter if you can over-customize your desktop, because most people are not going to do it anyway, and it's not making most people's computing life better. Linux, you can customize anything. It's amazing, it's great, but let's be honest here. Most of the customizations we do on Linux is cosmetic. They don't make anything better or faster or smoother. They just look nice. It's a cool screenshot I can take. Yeah, they do hype. Again, like I said, don't be aware of hype, They love their hype. They think they're like the innovators of fucking everything. They're like, yeah, 100,000%. But as neat as it is that you can customize the living shit out of your Linux machine, most of the things that we do, this song is just too much for me, sorry, but most of the things that we do is purely cosmetic. It's like purely picking your girlfriend or boyfriend because of their looks. I can make them look exactly the way I want it. Today I want a fucking tall brunette. Tomorrow I want a choppy, thick, dark-skinned person. Yesterday I want a mix of two. Of those two. That's why I love Linux. But does it make sense? Does it actually make your life better? I always gravitate back to macOS. Like, if I have not used macOS for like a month, I get anxious. I'm like, and then when I use macOS, I just, Oh, they are targeting Android. So the phone market is competing with itself and Apple. They are, and most people that buy Android, or not most, but some people that buy Android, they buy it for two reasons: either the price, or, which is probably most people buy it for the price, to be honest. And the second big group of people is the customization aspect of it. Like, for the same reason why a lot of people like Linux. But most people, there's a reason why you don't see many high-end Android phones. Like, if you go out and see all the Android, like, if you pick like 100 people, 100 Android users, most of them will be using mid-range phones. They will not have like the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. Or the, OnePlus 10,000R, whatever the fuck it is. They would have mid-range phones. They're purely buying Android because they can't afford iPhone. Because if they could afford iPhone, they would have an iPhone. So yes, the people in the high-end market are competing with iPhone. So the Samsung Ultras and stuff like that. The mid to low range, like you said, are competing with other Android phones. But in reality, they wish they could either buy the high-end Android or buy the high-end, or buy an iPhone. That's why every time they release a new budget version of the iPhone, it becomes almost sold out or bestseller within like a week. Because now all the ones that couldn't afford an iPhone can get one. That's like right now, there's rumors that they will do is it a $600 or $500 laptop with like an A18 to 19 series chips, like a 12-inch laptop. If they do that, like if Apple come out with like a $500-$600 laptop, a lot of Windows users, especially if you get the battery life you get on, because it's an A18 is basically an M series chip. just not as powerful. But it's a mobile chip, so it's an ARM processor, basically. If you can get like a Apple ARM processor for $500-600, a lot of Windows laptops are going to be left in the dust. Especially if you're fed up with all the bullshit Windows 11 gives you. They are not going Linux, they're going Apple then. Because, yes, you can go Linux and you still have crappy battery life. Unless you need gaming and stuff, you will still have crappy battery life. So a lot of people, because most people that buy laptops, they need that battery life is important. That's why they fucking buy a laptop. Because they want to be mobile. So if they do that, we don't know, this is just rumors, people, this is just rumors, but if they do that, you will see, it will be like any other budget, like the Mac Mini, the base Mac Mini, from a power perspective, not from what Mac OS can do, but from raw horsepower, is the cheapest computer for the power you can get. Besides gaming. That's, if you're not a gamer, it's the cheapest computer with that much power. Look, it went my base Mac Mini. My base Mac Mini. Are you guys ready? Grab your testicles and your chair, table, whatever you're doing. It costs the same, about the same as a 5070. You can get them on sale for a little bit less than 5070. My Mac Mini render videos in H.265 3 times faster than a 5070 with the exact same settings. And on top of that, it uses way less power. Way less power. And it's like the graphic card I have has like 3 fans. I can have 2.5 of my Mac Minis at the same space of my graphic card. It's 3 times faster at rendering videos with that codec. Granted, both Mac OS and the silicon is optimized for it. But it costs about the same as my graphic card. At least it should be somewhat comparable. Then again, if you're playing games, my gaming graphic card is beating the living shit out of fucking the Apple M1. But we also have to remember, most people don't play games. Like, we sit here and talk about, like, we think everyone in their grandmother are playing games. And most computer users don't actually play games. They may play casual games on the handheld or on the phone. But the computing, like the gaming computer market, it's not like people buy computers to game. No, most people don't buy computers to game. They buy it for work, uni, consumption and stuff like that. That's why most people buy it. Doing grandmother things or sister things or, like dad things and stuff like that. Like, don't get me wrong, the gaming market is huge, but it compared to like all computer users in the world, it's not that big. So unless you're a gamer, you don't get a fucking better value than buying a base Mac Mini. And here's another thing. I looked up how much electricity you could save. You save about, was it like 1/3 or 2/3 electricity in a year by running a Mac Mini versus running a basic gaming setup. Like just a mid-range gaming setup. And that's with all the same screens and stuff like that, The only difference is like the base desktop versus the Mac Mini. So if you live in a country where electricity is like how much, it costs a lot, you could save a lot of money on your fucking bill by running a Mac Mini or any Apple silicon. It's I have a sneaky suspicion that a lot of copyright music somehow fucking sneaked it into my streaming piece. I can't wait to see if I get like a copyright. I haven't gotten one yet though. Oh yeah, the single core is amazing. Yeah. Yeah, there is like, but that's hype for you, dude. Dude, that's hype for you. That's hype. And no matter what it is, let's put another word on hype. Over marketing. And it don't have to be, be marketing from a company. It can also be marketing from the community. And a lot of people get fed up with over marketing, and aka or slash overhyping. I think it's 100%. I think that people just get hype fatigued, or what you will call it. And a lot of people, especially if the hype comes from the community, they do it because they want, they do it with good intentions. But they don't understand that doing it that much is actually driving people away. Because there is a lot of people, believe it or not, they don't want to use something if it's too popular. And if it looks like it's too overhyped, they will not use it. Yeah, I will not say I'm back. Like I said in my video, that I may just live stream on this one, and then do recorded videos on the other one. That's kind of what where I'm at the moment. So I will try to do more live streams, but it depends on my mood and stuff like that. But I think this will just become a live stream channel, and then my recorded content will be on the other channel. Because I have some, I just need to, I kind of lost my passion for editing a little bit. I'm a little bit burned out of it. So a lot of my videos the last year or so has just been really rushed with the editing part. I have so many, I want to do this, I want to spice them up a little bit, and then when I sit down and edit, it's just like, how fast can I be done with this? And that's why, like, I'm not uploading so much on my new channel. I'm just taking it really slow. Because you have to remember, I have almost non-stopped on YouTube since 2013 or something like that. Like, I've done this for over 10 years now, on different channels, without any, like, prolonged break other than a month here, 6 months there. But the last ever since 2015, so the last 10 years, maybe the last 6 or 8 years. When I started this channel unofficially in 2018, but I uploaded to it like I took it seriously in the lockdowns. So at least for the last 5 to 6 years, I've not had like a prolonged break, like more than maybe a month, where I have not done any content creation. And that's just not healthy in general. Like, you need, even like, let's just pretend this is a job. You need a break once in a while. But I'm one of those people. If I take a break, that break becomes forever. So I'm not good at the work-life balance. I'm not so good at that. Either I'm working all the time, or I'm not working at all, or I'm doing something all the time, I'm not doing anything at all. And I think that's my autism doing that for me, But I hope that the older I get, the better I become at doing that. But then, if you overwork yourself, you get into the place where you're rushing stuff out because you're just so fed up and tired. Yeah. Go get your sleep. But I'm also looking a little bit like, if this live streaming thing becomes more popular than doing the other content, I may just focus more on live streams and making this a little bit better quality and stuff like that, On Steam, and people over depending on it, it's not good. Steam is definitely using Linux users. Steam is a for-profit proprietary company. Valve and Steam cares only about their bottom line. And if that means that they have to be the savior of gaming, they're going to be the savior of gaming. But you have to remember, Steam has had a lot of trouble with, like, anti-compatibility, what is it? competingness. What is the word? Uh, what competitive laws? Yeah, there you go. Yeah. What is the saying? Always beware of the benevolent king. Antitrust. There you go. Yeah. Because Steam on PC, Steam is the number one by fucking country mile and 10,000 of those, by the way. Nobody can touch them in popularity. If you want to game the same on Linux or Windows, you need a Steam account. Because that's what all your friends have and all that fucking shit. And because they are so comfortable in their position, they can be nice. Being charitable, being charitable is a sign of excess. It's a sign of you have too much and you're comfortable of giving your excess away. Again, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but it is a sign of excess or excessivity. Like, we have too much. And it won't hurt us one bit if we take this stance here, or we go a little bit down in price here, or we give you more benefit than us, because we're already making so much money that it won't matter. But let's say, let's just say tomorrow some fucking game platform, everyone hoped that would be Epic. But let's just say tomorrow a competitor comes on the market and he just undercut fucking Steam 50% on everything. It will not take long if they can sustain themselves, but within a 3 or 4 years, Steam will almost be fucking nothing then. You can almost be guaranteed that. Because why the fuck would you run on Steam if you get everything for half price on that new platform? And it's a better platform and blah, 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 blah. When Steam is in a point where they need to fight for survival, they start to cut fat. What is the first fat they're going to cut? Non-profitable businesses. So Linux support, Proton, out of the fucking way, man. Out of the fucking way. Heck, the Steam Deck may even, and Steam, if they are not super successful, if they don't make the money, or make the money company, if they don't make the company money, out of here. If they ever get into a situation where they need to cut fat, anything that don't make them money is going to get cut away. Valve don't give a fuck about Linux gaming. Valve care about Valve and gaming. Linux is just a tool they use. And provenly so, Linux, if you take at least for handhelds, Linux is way more customizable than Windows. Like, how long has the Steam Deck been out? A few years now? Windows is only starting to catch up with, like, being able to run comfortably on handheld devices. But when, and this is not an if, but when Windows become as good as running on, the MSI clients and the Steam Deck, why the fuck would you run Linux then? If you can run all your games and games you could not run on Steam Deck or on Steam OS, and Windows is on Windows and it's just as optimized for handheld, why would you go back to Steam OS? And I low-key think a little bit that's what Valve is counting on. Like, they kind of play... So here's I think they're playing the world in like 3 or 4 different ways. So you can keep up with how many ways it is when I'm done with them. One, they're showing the world that there is a market for low-end consoles and handheld devices and VR devices by making these products. And then they don't really want to build the hardware. They just want to show other people that there is use for it. So they want MSI, Asus, Microsoft to build the hardware, and then they provide SteamOS. Or the other way around, that they want to show that there's a market, but they really, really don't want to do the software thingy. So they're just, with their OS, they're giving Windows a little bit competition till Windows starts to become viable on these devices, and then they're ditching SteamOS. I don't think that's so likely, but that's a scenario. I actually think the scenario is that they just want to show people that there is a need for these handheld devices that's not Nintendo Switch or your phone, that there is a market for other consoles other than, again, Nintendo, PlayStation, Xbox, and they want what, the Lenovo, MSI, and Asus is doing. They want them to make the hardware, and then Steam is providing SteamOS and stuff like that. That's the most likely scenario I see, is why they're doing it. It's not because of, Linux gaming and all that shit, no. I think they want to show people that the world what these devices that Valve is putting out there, but because you have to also look at what is Valve. Valve has never been a hardware company. Every hardware Valve has done has always flopped. They had to buy they had to buy successful companies to succeed in the hardware space. That's why they bought the HTC Vive, or what the fuck it's called. Because they couldn't do VRs themselves. Now the Steam VR is done with HTC's knowledge and stuff like that, so it'll probably be good. The Steam Deck, that's nobody really talks about all the problems the Steam Deck have with batteries just stop working. I hear people talk about hard disk failure. There's a lot of people where their Steam Deck just stop working for some fucking weird ass reason, And there's a lot of people that are switching over to Windows because the games they want to play don't work that well on SteamOS. So I kind of think is that they are building their hardware right now to show the world or other companies that there's a need for, which is a smart move. Don't get me wrong, it's a smart move. Let's be the initiator of a revolution, or not, maybe not a revolution, but let's be the initiator of a niche. And then when other companies see that this niche is working, let them take over the hardware part, we can do the software. Because, again, Valve is a software company. Most of their hardware endeavors has failed. And there are a lot of quality concerns about the Steam Deck. Heck, already now there are a lot of concerns about the Steam machine and stuff like that from Linus, apparently. I haven't seen. Well, I'm not really back. I'm just doing live stream on this one here, Master Meyer. So here in Denmark, they are the same price. So you get, the Steam Deck is about 5% more expensive for the highest end versus a Switch 2. For a Switch 1, it's double the price. Yeah. It's double. But for Switch 2, which I think is that's the real competitor, it's only about 5% more expensive. If you go for the highest end. But you also have to remember the Switch, and I see a lot of people, because I kind of want a handheld gaming device, so I've been watching a lot of videos about handheld gaming. And I see a lot of people, again, not all, but I see a lot of people moving away from the Steam Deck because it's too big, it's too noisy, it's too warm, and it's just when I buy, again, I'm paraphrasing what they're saying here. When I buy a handheld gaming device, I don't want a computer, I don't want to tinker, I don't want to sit and fuck around with settings for 10 hours. I just want to put my game in because I'm on a flight, I'm on the bus, I have 5-10 minutes to play this game. I don't want to tinker with it to get it to work after an update, or I don't. And this is also the ones with Windows that run Windows. They put Windows on it. They just want the console experience where they just put in a game, they know it works, no fucking brain needs to be used to start it up. A lot of people have compared to Steam. You can search Steam Deck versus Switch 1. There are so many videos about that. So many videos. Like I watched like even that I watched like way more than I would like to admit. The last months or so. Maybe make exclusives their SteamOS. So they already are doing that. Okay. So with Lenovo, they work really, really closely with Lenovo to get SteamOS optimized for their Lenovo, what is like Go and Go S or what they're called, which is actually either. So this is the gaming consoles that I am they both have a Windows version and a SteamOS version. They have one of each. I think the white ones are Windows, and the other color, pink or yellow, what the fuck they are, is SteamOS. So they sell them with both. And the SteamOS ones is a little bit less expensive also. Because of that, of course. What the fuck was I on about? The consoles that I'm... So, if I'm getting a handheld gaming device, I already have decided I don't want a Steam Deck. Funny enough. Because I just think that Asus, MSI, or Lenovo makes better consoles than Steam does. So if I'm getting a handheld and it's not a Nintendo Switch 2, it's either a... I may not get the Asus. I'm between the MSI and the Lenovo's because they are substantially less expensive for the same power. Oh, no, they have not made console-exclusive games. Steam don't make games anymore. Valve is not really a gaming company. Valve is not going to become a proper gaming company anymore. You know. It's going to be like Konami or some other, like Square Enix or EA. Those are the ones going to make like a Steam OS only game. Yeah, they are somewhat more less expensive and more powerful than the Steam Deck, yeah. And that's why I low-key think that's what Steam wants, or Valve wants. They want other hardware vendors to do the hardware so they can focus on the software, because that's what they are. They are a software company. Like I said, they already worked really closely with Lenovo to do their Legion Go S, or Legion Go and Legion Go S, to optimize SteamOS for that console. Which, again, will make a lot more sense. Also, like, honestly, Valve's hardware, I don't think it looks good. Like, the Steam Deck, me not likey. Me not likey. Me not likey. So, I'm not going to be an idiot, but I need to respond to a message here, so can you please forgive me for a while? God damn it. Ah! I have fat fingers. God damn it. I'm starting to hate this phone. Oh. Oh, god damn it. How the fuck do you spell balance? And I can't spell. Some work drama. God damn it. Okay, I can explain to you guys what the problem is. So it's a phone problem. Oh, the Switch just look way more. But the Switch don't have like the potential meter triggers below. It's just a button, so you can't do racing games properly on it and stuff like that. Yeah, I do like the Switch ones. Yeah. So I don't know if I can find a good picture of this phone. I do like this phone a lot, but there's no front-facing picture. Oh well, it's a chunky boy. It has like a what's the specs? Technical specs. So you can see here, it's a chunky boy. Where is the display? So it's a 6.77 inch, okay? So imagine like when I'm typing on it, I'm holding it with one hand here and one hand over here, if you guys can see that. So on each side, it's actually this phone I have here. But that means that when I'm typing, my palms, because my hands are so big, they will touch the screen. And it will see that as he stopped typing because I'm multi-touching. It will auto-hide the keyboard. Or it will put in characters that I'm not typing. Because my flash goes a little bit over this side here on the other side and touching the screen. Because Android don't have really good multi-touch detection. So on my iPhone, I can do the same thing. And unintentionally touch the screen with my palm. And it still continue typing because they have really, really good unintentionally touching detection. Android never had it. Always like I have to type on it like I'm like an old man with like one or two things, like really keeping my distance. Because if I accidentally touch somewhere else on the screen while I'm typing, it will just recognize that as a touch and not like as an, like it's not saying like, oh, he's typing on the keyboard, so we should ignore these other touches. It's really bad at doing that. iPhone is perfect for that, by the way. Like, I never had this problem. So that means that if I'm typing on this and I'm typing fast because I'm moving my hands around a lot, I will sometimes just slightly touch this edge here with my palm on the screen side, and it will just be like, okay, stop typing, let's minimize the keyboard, or typing different fucking things into it, just because I'm slightly touching it. Not even with force, just slightly touching it. And it's super irritating when you're typing fast. Never had that problem on an iPhone. Where I do the same, like I type in the same way, where I hold the phone with both hands, and my flesh will intentionally touch the screen. Maybe it will work better if I had a case on it that elevated the you know, you get cases that on the screen side has a little bit of elevations. That may work. Maybe I should get one of those. But I bought this phone because I like the design of it. You know, I like that you can see the inside of it. So honestly, I because I'm doing app development now for the company I work for, I was like, I need a Android phone so I can sideload apps and stuff like that, and I've done it once, and that was on a development phone. For myself, that is, for myself. And if I want to develop, or because I have a Mac Mini, if I want to, in quote, sideload an app, I just put my phone, my iPhone into development mode, what the fuck it is. I make the IDE push the app to the phone, and I just leave it there. It's just there. I can use the phone with the app, just like I can do on Android. You can sideload your apps by testing the apps from the IDE on your phone, because what the IDEs do is they basically make like they package it, and they put it on the phone, and you test it on the phone, and you can just not uninstall it. It will just stay there until you uninstall it. So you don't even need to make an APK file if you are developing for Android. You can just test it on your phone and just unblock your phone, and the app will just be there. Because for it to be tested on the phone, it has to build as an APK and sideload it anyway. And it's the same with iPhone. So if I really need to sideload something, I just open up Xcode and push it, or whatever IDE I use on Mac, and I just send it to my phone as a test app, and it sends it to the phone and just never uninstall it. Or I would just push it on the app store. It's really not that big of a deal. All you have to do is you have to put it up. You have to tell it what. So it's actually more irritating to push applications to the Google Store than the App Store. So you just push it on the App Store, you explain what permissions you need, and most apps don't need any specific permissions other than maybe the internet, and that's it. Like smaller apps. So just push it to the App Store. All you need is like have an Apple developer account, which I think you can get for free. Yeah, they are free. And just push it there, and then you download it, and you can take it out away again. So you push it, you download it, you make it. I think you can make it private. So you either make it private or take it down. And then you make another app, another version of it, put it up, download it. No, it is a little bit of a hassle. You have to wait like a week for them to accept it. So it is a little bit of a hassle. But it's not. It's actually more complicated to push to the App Store. But here's the thing. A lot of Android vendors, especially Samsung, from next year you can't sideload on Samsung phones. At least not the new ones from next year now out. Actually, I think they would take away from all their phones with the OS update. And a lot of not Android manufacturers. A lot of phone manufacturers want to do the same thing on Android. So you can't sideload anymore. or easily sideload. But I think there is an EU law that says that you should be able to sideload both on, because you can sideload on iOS. It's just a little bit more complicated than just, just push it on the store and wait a week and then you can download it. Like, I follow a lot of Flutter developers, not a lot, I follow some, it sounds like I have like hundreds of fucking Flutter developers I follow on YouTube. I follow some Flutter developers on YouTube, and they do exactly that. They just put it on the App Store and then download it that way. Even that test, like, meaningless shit. Yeah, I know that you can sideload on iOS. I've just never, like, done it myself. I'm building a game in Delphi. Oh, God. Because I was like, that's why I bought that phone you see on the screen right now, is because, like, oh, I'm going to make so many apps on the phone. I'm like, I made one. And it's like a air fryer temperature converter. So it converts what many degrees you should set your air fryer to, depending on what, like, so let's say it says like, this is like degrees centigrade, by the way. So if we say like 200 degrees in a convection oven, normal convection oven, it will convert it into air fryer temperature. You still need to know your air fryer with the time, because that's a little bit different. But typically, you at least in my air fryer, you can take away about 5% of the time or something. It's not that. I typically just keep this. So normally they would say like from 5 to 10 minutes or 10 to 12 minutes. I just take the lower number, and it comes out. Sometimes it get burns, but not most of the times. It's okay. If it's stuff where I'm a little bit concerned about, I'll just go check it like 1/3, 2/3 into the time. So it depends on what kind of things it is. Yeah. Go and get a good sleep, man. Yeah, I may live stream. I don't know when, but I definitely think I will use this channel for live streaming. To keep, edited content and live streaming separated. And then see what, Yeah, I never played that game. I remember back in the 90s when I was a young kid, and I started to get a little bit into coding with like HTML and stuff like that. The Dolphy editor was like the thing to use. Like this baby here. It used to be massively fucking complicated. Is there no pictures? Wait, I can't middle click? Lazarus. Yeah, like I said, like, this is the last time, like, it looked like this. Like this down here, this is how it looked like the last time I looked at it. Why can't I middle mouse click on it? Yeah, here. Oh, Liquid Glass, don't get me started on that fucking piece of shit. It's the worst, like, it's the worst fucking design, like, if that's what you can do with the design decree in 2025, they need to get their cottage money back, or unique money back, because it's the worst fucking design I have ever seen. It's like it's almost what a Linux user would do. Let's make the UI so it looks great on screenshots with the right wallpaper in the right situations, because it's almost unusable. Like, they had to tweak it like 2 or 3 times to make it somewhat usable. It's the stupidest thing. And here's another thing. Doing transparency like that takes a lot of fucking calculations, which means it takes more GPU resources, which means people have noticed less battery life. Who would have thought about that? But doing transparency the way, so it looks like you're looking at a class, or through a class, is super more resource heavy than just doing shadows or stuff like that. So I think in some places they have like noticed up to like 30 minutes left battery life on their MacBooks because of it. It's so bad that some people have like rolled back. Yeah, it's like it liquid ass, as a lot of people call it. If you get the right background, you set it up just so I use dark mode, or else it's just pure fucking idioticness. But if you set it up with the right background in the right way, and you purely just use it to take screenshots, yeah, you can get some really cool screenshots out of it. But there's a lot of times, man, where if you have the wrong wallpaper or something like that, even and they're also not consistent with their widgets. Sometimes they are in dark mode, sometimes they are not. This is going to be one of their worst fucking OS update ever. Also, they made everything more clunky, more bigger. I call it the Fisher-Price OS now. Like, everything is like they're using more screen real estate because of this liquid glass than they should do. It's just, I will say, from a technical standpoint, like, if you take the UI away, I love the OS. It's amazing. It's more optimized. It does gaming way better than the other one. They have proper Apple AI upscaling now and stuff like that. Liquid glass, no. Some apps look better with it, but most apps looks like shit. It's the most unoptimized, or most, like, I'm not saying unoptimized. It's so typical non-Apple. Like, liquid glass is like, that's not what you would expect from Apple. It's one of those scenarios where I think, had Steve Jobs been alive, he would have kicked them in the balls. You know? Like, that has never got approved under Steve Jobs. It's too inconsistent. There's too many fucking bullshit going on. But it makes really great screenshots. And here's the thing. It's worse on phone. It's way worse on phone. Like, I can live with it on Mac OS, but it's worse on fucking phone. Like, honestly, if I'm being, again, honest, the reason why I have not switched away from my stupidly Android when I'm typing on and with all the problems it have, or irritation it has, the only reason I'm not switched back to my iPhone is because of, well, the new iOS. So that like, again, I have most experience with it on the Mac OS, and I can live with it on Mac OS. But I am like the same with my Android. This is another thing, and I talked to a lot of other Android users. Notifications, yeah, it notifies you when it wants to. Like, it just don't give a fuck. No matter how much like battery saving modes you turn off and prioritizing and whatever the fuck you do, yeah, it's just like, yeah, you know what? Today I want to give you notifications. Tomorrow I don't want to. And it's super irritating when you're waiting for an important fucking notification. Like, don't get me wrong, text messages and phones work all the time. It's all other things. Every other things, like Facebook, social media apps, and other apps besides the phone and text messaging. And, of course, the App Store, when it wants to say... This is another thing I hate about Androids. The fucking Google Store is sending you apps, like, once a day or something like that. But yeah, I've missed so many fucking... I'm not calling it important, not text, but notifications. Or been behind because it just decides to only give me... And then it will give me all the notifications like an hour later. I work with one. He's like... He would be typing with someone. And he will get the notification from a message they sent a day before. And he would be in the conversation of that message. But hey, so-and-so sent you this on Facebook or Instagram, like, and that was like the day before. He's like, they're in the convo right now. I used to use Samsung. So this is my first non-Samsung phone in a long time. I honestly believe if you are going to use Android, use Samsung. But you have to buy the S series, because here's the kicker. The guy that got the messages like a day late, he's using Samsung's mid-range, the A series. And I honestly think that either Android OS is just so bad with it, or I don't know what the fuck it is, but I never had problems with notifications on iOS. And the same, like a lot of apps, they would have like live updates, live notification updates. Most of them don't work on Android. So like delivery time trackers and stuff like that, they don't work on Android. Just nope. Here's another thing, a fun thing. If I'm in so stupid. So if let's say I'm watching, I'm doom scrolling at like 3 a.m. at night because I can't sleep and I'm too horny. So I doom scroll on Instagram and like, oh, this is a funny short or what the fuck they're called, Insta story, and I want to repost it. So I click the share to my feed thing. I don't know if this is the case, but this is how it looks like from my viewpoint. It seems like it's downloading the story and re-uploading it to my feed. Because I get like a re-uploading bar, and it takes like a minute or something like that before it has reposted or reshared a story. Where on my iPhone, it does it instantly. If I click the share button to my feed, it's instant. And I noticed that with a lot of apps, they just work way worse on Android than they do on iPhone. Like, I'm not even saying like just a little bit, like, no. There's things that just don't fucking work on Android. Or if it works, it takes 100 times, not 100, but it takes a massive amount of times more effort or slower on Android than it is on iPhone. Like, you definitely feel like a not even a third, like a 10th grade citizen on Android for most apps. It's so fucking irritating. It's like, and I don't blame Android for this. I blame the app developers. It may be Android restrictions in the OS, I don't know. But I do blame the developers. Like, if you're going to support both platforms, fucking put in the effort. You know, like support. Don't just support one and then half-ass support the other one. And if it's because of an Android OS limitation, be upfront with it. Be fucking upfront with it. Tell the user, especially, you know, because a lot of users are migrating from Android to iPhone, iPhone to Android, you know, especially techie people, you know, they tend to jump back and forth. Oh, yeah. So, a lot of tech YouTubers, they typically have two phones. And they would typically use an iPhone for work and Android for personal use because they like the freedom of the Android ecosystem, side loading, customizability and the choice of phones and stuff like that. But they can't miss out on important calls, messages, notifications, and a lot of people have noticed that if you upload to social media from Android uploads a lesser quality picture to those platforms. And apparently that's an Android limitation, and not you can't code your way out of it, basically. Versus iOS don't. So anything, like if they do like a sponsored short or sponsored post, sometimes randomly on Android, it will just look less resolution. Even though the camera may be better. Because there are some Androids, especially if you have an older iPhone, some of the newer Androids is of course better than, like, the camera's of course better than if you have like a 5 or 6 year old iPhone. And you get like the latest and greatest, like top of the line Samsung, for example. And they would just upload it and it would look like it was taken with like a 10-year-old phone or something like that. Pixelated and whatnot. So that's why you see a lot of tech YouTubers, they have 2 phones on them. MKHB is one of them. Austin Havens is one of them. I even think Linus does it. And they all say, like, I do know Austin mainly, he mains, like, he really wants to main the flip phones from Samsung. But he just, like, if it's business, he use iPhones. And it's again, let's be honest here. You know, like, this is what this live stream is about, apparently. One of my co-workers said something. I was talking with her, and she mentioned something. Again, it's like a duh, you know, like, of course, common sense kind of thing. But I was bitching and moaning a little bit because work stuff, you know, like, this is fucking irritating. Why the fuck do they make it so hard to do? Like, why should it, like, and she's like, yeah, I get it, but sometimes you just have to go with the flow. Hey, I'm Tech. She said, like, sometimes you just have to go with the flow and see what happens. Like, yeah, it's irritating, but just shake your head, go with the flow, and see what happens, you know, like a week or 2 weeks down the line. And it's kind of like that with tech, or anything, you know, like, let's just take tech here, like Linux versus Windows and stuff like that. If you want the easiest, less complicated computing life, it's Windows. You are guaranteed that anything you buy in the shop will work there. You guarantee that all the apps you find, or most 99.999% of the apps you find online, will work there. It may not be the easiest, it will have bugs and stuff like that, but you will have a way less complicated life running Windows. And why not macOS? Well, because for some people they can't get the software, or there's no alternative on macOS, just like with Linux. So that's why, like, Windows is satisfying the most people. You could, in some instances, have the best streamlined and relaxed life on macOS or even Windows. But for most people, it's going to be Windows. Because it's the most fucking popular thing out there. And it's the same with Android versus iOS. If you want the least amount of hassle in your tech world and have the best support, it's fucking iPhones. They're the one that are supported the most. They're the one that are being looked at the first when it comes to apps. You are going to have a less complicated life running iPhones. Yes, you may be restricted. You can't do this and you can't do that. But you will have a less complicated life. You're just going with the flow. And for some, again, gaming, buy a console. You don't have to think about expensive fucking graphic card. You don't have to build your gaming rig. You don't have to deal with drivers and all that fucking bullshit. Yes, it's not as good quality. Like, when I mean, like, fidelity. The games don't look as good as they could do on a gaming rig. But the gaming rig is probably all, like, my graphic card is almost half the price of my PlayStation 5. Or not half, almost double as expensive as my PlayStation 5. But the graphic is only 10% better. in most instances. 10 to 15% better. But it's massively more expensive. That's just if you buy the graphic card only, by the way. If you have to buy the whole computer, oh god, you know, like you're not getting that much better quality that you can justify the price of a gaming rig that can push that quality. Much better quality. But when you have it and you have the money for it, it's nice to have. You get, you know, the law of diminishing returns. But if you just want a fucking uncomplicated life, buy a fucking console. If you don't want to deal with the fucking price drama, the manufacturers not building quality anymore and all that shit, get a fucking console. You know, you want to, you may not get the best of the best battery life, but you want the most convenient life on the phone, get an iPhone. And the same is like, you want that on a computer, get either Windows or Mac OS. Like just, if you don't want that, or you want as little pain points as you want in your tech world, gaming consoles, iPhones, Windows or Mac, probably Windows is for most people, but some could do it with Mac. And you will just have less pain points. You don't have to fiddle so much. You don't have to deal with so much shit. But for some people, that's what they want. They want the tinker aspect. And I get that. I used to be like that also. If you have more time to do with that, you know what to do with. If that's even a sentence. Like you just sit, like, I don't go out, or a girlfriend, don't have kids, don't do anything other than just sitting in front of the computer all day. Yeah, I get it. I can see why you like tinkering. But that's not how most people work or live. Like, it's the same, like, is a Nintendo Switch or Steam Deck the best gaming consoles? Or MSI, Claw, or what the fuck, or Legion Go? No. But they are still less expensive than buying a mid-range fucking gaming computer. That would just be a little bit better. You know. And they are portable, so you can play it in bed, on the shitter, while you're shopping, in the back of the car, while you're fucking your mistress, on the couch while the wife is watching her fucking soap, you know. Would you recommend Zowie in OS? Nope. 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 The Zowie team is one of those people in the open source world that love to stand on the shoulders of giants and pretending they are the giants. I've seen too many instances where they didn't credit people that they stole code from. And I mean stole. Because they will take code and they will modify one line of code and call it their own. And you have to dig into their fucking README file on GitHub to see them credit the original author. I know it's technically, like in quotes, legal and okay to do. It's just in poor taste. And they do a lot of things in poor taste. And they are overhyping their living shit out of their OS. I used to be a massive Zowie fan until I realized that when I would start digging into their source code, well, in quote-unquote source code, their borrowed code with one-line modifications. And they would be like, look at our new revolutionized whatever the fuck it is, and it's like this thing with like an icon change or something like that. You know, yeah, the new OnePlus 15 seems like a really good, like, you know. But here's the thing. Milliamps is not everything. Like, in the end, it don't matter if you have a 10,000 milliamp hour battery or 500 milliamp hour battery. It matters about how many hours do we actually get out of the phone. And that's a combination between the hardware and the optimization on the hardware and the OS software and the optimization of said OS and software. So iPhone typically has less battery life, but they get the same battery, or less battery capacity, but they get the same or more battery life out of that than an Android with more milliamp hours. So what I like to do is I go onto YouTube and I find battery tests. So where people will be like, oh, let's watch this YouTube video on these devices and see who lasts the longest, kind of thing. And you will be surprised how many times a well-optimized phone, it could be Samsung or Apple, will win over like someone with like way more milliamp hours. That has unoptimized components in it and whatnot. I haven't, like, so we use OnePlus at work, but I haven't really like looked into like the battery optimization and stuff like that. To be honest, like I said, I develop on a OnePlus. You know, like honestly, you're on something. Like honestly, my recommendation for anyone old, new to Linux, pick one of the most popular distributions. And I don't mean go on to DistroWatch and look at the rank page. No, actually user base. So that's OpenSUSE, Debian, Ubuntu, Red Hat. That's it. And I would even probably say don't take OpenSUSE in there. Debian, Ubuntu, and Red Hat. Pick one of these and you'll be golden. Because those are the 3 ones with the biggest user base. They may not get the most clicks on DistroWatch, because you have to remember one thing. DistroWatch only calculate clicks from DistroWatch. They don't calculate downloads from their site. You know. It's the same like the guy that said that, oh, I only care about the statistics of Linux users hitting the United States government's homepage. Yeah, that only works for people living in the United States. That's not an indicator of how many Linux users there are in the whole world. Because the vast majority of other people in the world are not going to use the United States government's homepage. Like, most people download Linux distributions don't click on DistroWatch links. They just go to whatever distribution and download it from there. And here's another thing. Download numbers don't matter either, because Soren love to say, oh, we had so many downloads. I have downloaded the same distribution 100 times over a year sometimes. And I ran them for like 5 minutes. Like, this is where we need telemetry so we can shut people up. Give us fucking telemetry that tells us actually how many users are using your distribution. But again, Debian, Ubuntu, Fedora. Stick with those. We don't need the rest. If you're going to be generous, OpenSUSE, Debian, Ubuntu, Fedora, and Arch Linux, or Arch Linux. Those 5 distributions are the only distributions we ever need, because then you're catering to all people. You are catering to every type of user that there may be out there. Everything else is pure bullshit. And it's coming from a guy that made Linux Mint on laptops. Because I just found that, especially like, so here's the thing. Everyone say, oh, Linux is great for old hardware. No, it's not. There are really few Linux distributions that works really well with 8th gen CPUs and like things between 6 to 9th gen Intel chips. Basically, what happens is that they don't use hardware acceleration for the graphic card. And that hardware acceleration for those old laptops only works in X11. So the only distribution that you may have a chance it working on with hardware acceleration are distribution that use or default to X11 with that chipset. And Mint is one of them. Mint does that. They have that driver enabled by default. Or they reverse back to X11 when they see that CPU is installed and enable the drivers. Current, any other distributions don't do that by default. Here's another kick for you. When I had my 4060 Ti, I installed Ubuntu on my desktop. Well, I tried to install Ubuntu. It wouldn't work. I had to install Ubuntu in safe mode for it to install because of my graphic card. And then I had to install my graphic card driver. And everything looked like shit. And every Linux distribution I tried, I had to do that. On Windows, I did not have to go into safe mode to install Windows with that graphic, because a lot of people, you have to install drivers on Windows also. Yeah, but at least I could fucking install the thing without it crashing. And I tried a lot of distributions and they all crashed. And that was with it was this year, and that was with a 4060 in it. Last gen CPU or GPU. Never had an issue installing Windows on it. I just popped in the USB, run the installer, logged in, down, and I had dual monitors. Resolution worked perfectly fine and whatnot. Download the driver, and then I have proper acceleration. Like, Linux is decades behind Windows and Mac in most instances. As a desktop OS, it's definitely over a decade behind. No matter how much you will say this has gotten better and better, it's over a decade behind. Like, Valve just recently said that with the Steam machine, we may have rudimentary ray tracing enabled on SteamOS. I know a lot of people, or some people, don't care about that, but come on, it's like, what are we on, like the third gen of ray tracing CPUs now? And you're like, we may get it ready for. That's why we wait until next year to release the Steam machine, because we've been working with AMD to get ray tracing somewhat working. That's the thing with Linux. It's almost like you should switch, because we are almost as good as Windows. Almost. But we are free, and we are open source, which nobody gives a fuck about, because people don't outright pay for their OS. They buy a machine with that OS on. They don't care about it cost them like $20 less to buy it without the OS. They just pay those $20, say thank you, Mrs. and ma'am, or sir and ma'am, and they go home and they run that shit. They don't give a fuck about that little extra fucking $20 that you get from putting on Windows on your machine. Because if you think, this is another stupid Linux take, Linux is like $500 or what the fuck, it's $100 or something. Lenovo, Dell, they pay at most, and this is public knowledge, by the way, go Google the living shit out of it. They pay, or even an AI, they pay at most $10 per fucking license. At most. For the home edition. They may pay $15 for the pro edition. But then again, doing research is not the strong suit of Linux users, because when you do research, you figure out a lot of shit that the Linux world is saying is bullshit. Like massive, like donkey balls. Sadly enough. I can't remember how many. One of the biggest rabbit hole I went down on was that everyone was like, "Oh, Linux is 90% of the server market." I'm like, this sounds really weird. Like, the server market is so competitive that even like a niche little OS will have a market share for a specific server role. Like FreeBSD is like massively used in like disk management and stuff like that. So I'm like, they may be right. What are the instances? What are the documentation saying? What are the studies showing out there? I could not find one fucking place beside one that said that Linux had 90% of the market share in the server market. That was web hosting servers. Red had made a white paper even explaining that Windows as a company. So if you divide all Linux all Linux companies up as an individual company, which you should do, because Ubuntu is competing with Red Hat. Red Hat is competing with OpenSUSE and the other. They are not bodies. They're competing with each other. So what Red Hat have found out is that Windows as a company, Microsoft as a company, is the biggest market share for subscribed servers in all categories. So any server that requires a subscription, Windows is winning. You can find that white paper. I can't recall what it's called. I think it's like, if you Google, I think it's Red Hat server market share white paper, something like. You will see that. That's for, like, you pay a license for a server. And then there are also other sites with like Windows. Yeah, Windows is massive in like management servers. So Active Directory, account management, security, even disk management, where FreeBSD is getting in that market with disk management and stuff like that. The only place in the server market where Linux is massive is web hosting. And funny enough, then they will say, oh, supercomputers. Yeah, Linux run on most supercomputers. I think there's only one supercomputer that runs Linux. I can't use that for shit. Do you know how the OS on a supercomputer runs? Do you think they have Wayland on a supercomputer? Do you think they sit and play Counter-Strike on a supercomputer? It means nothing. The same with server. Like, boss man, you should use Linux because it's running on 90% of the web hosting servers. My computer's not a fucking web hosting service. Again, do you think they sit and play Counter-Strike on a web hosting server? Do you even think they have Wayland or X? There's a high chance you don't have none of that on those things. The market share on other markets mean nothing for, like, you would not say to, like, boss, my embedded system has to run Linux because it's 3% of the desktop market. If you set that to a fucking project manager, or here's the better case, our servers and IoT devices, our clocks, our smoke alarms, they should be running Windows because it's like 70% of the desktop market share. You'll be out of a job as fast as you can fucking breathe, man. Like, this is going to sound toxic as fuck, but again, we're being honest here. The reason why people should use Linux, I never heard so dumb reasoning as I heard from Linux users. Windows users and Mac users will give you better reasons for running Linux than Linux users will. Like, on average, if you take the majority of Linux users versus the majority of Windows users. Another fun fact. I have more productive Linux conversations in Windows forums and with Windows users than Linux users. Because they don't give a fuck about what distribution you're running, what package manager of the day you like, what desktop environment you're using. This is going to sound super strange. But if you're a Linux user right now and you want really good, intellectual, stimulating conversations about Linux, go to a Mac forum or a Windows forum. Think about that. And here's another thing. If you want a stimulating conversation about Linux, or if you want stimulating great videos about Linux, don't watch Linux YouTubers. Watch everyone else. Because they don't give a fuck. They don't care what you're using. They just want the conversation. Go watch the David Does Tech Stuff's latest video, where he couldn't use Linux if you want to have a good Linux conversation. Don't engage with the other Linux users yelling at him. Talk to the other people. Basically what I'm saying here is, and again I'm talking for almost 30 years of experience being in the Linux community, if you want a good Linux experience, don't communicate with the Linux community. Stay away from them. I know there are a lot of good forums out there, there are a lot of good people out there, but again, if you want the smoothest transition, just fucking don't go into Linux forums. The easiest way into Linux is not engaging with the Linux community. Ask about Linux help from non-Linux users. And then when you're comfortable, you know your way around Linux, you get like 6 months, a year behind you, and you will be like, I'm a big boy now, I have big balls, big vaginas, big boobs, big ass, I can do this. Then venture into the generation that is the Linux community. I know a lot of people don't like this. But like I said before, if you have many videos, many forum posts, many articles explaining why someone stopped using Linux because of the community, and you don't see that in the same amount for Windows and Mac, you have a PR problem, my friend. And not just a little one. You have like you have a problem where if you were CEO of a company and you come to work Monday morning, you will have the whole HR department waiting for you. Probably most of your trusted employees waiting for you. And at least the employees that have been investing a lot of time in your company, because you are fucking up royally. Like you will almost have a mutiny on your fucking hand. But somehow, ladies can do no wrong. It's the best things ever since sliced bread. Proprietary software is evil. Because we all know this is another fucking high Q brilliant take from Linux creators. The second you change the license of a software, it determines if it's evil or good. It determines, like, same code, same fucking everything. The second you make it proprietary, it will just out of the blue sky start to check telemetry. It will just out of the blue start to infringe on your privacy. Just because you changed the license. You are now killing babies in Uganda. You are polluting the surface of Mars by changing a fucking piece of paper. If that don't tell you that the Linux world has a massive fucking problem in their head, I can't help you. Like, I really can't fucking help you. If anyone else said this about any other thing on Earth, cars, tools, clothes, if you change the label of this clothes, you are the devil. Like, imagine that fucking shit. In computer-based forum about the issue that the Linux systems. I honestly think it's a form of gatekeeping. It's for the unique little snowflakes to keep making sure that they still have that they still are unique little snowflakes. Because you see all these people, they want to win. They want to make Linux, the year of the Linux desktop, which means it becomes the majority of desktop use. If that happens, and I will bet a lot of money that if that happens, first of all, it will never happen. But if that happens, let's say when that happens, okay, to really play into this, most of the current Linux user base are moving away from Linux. What is their excuses? Linux is not what it used to be. It's too corporate nowadays. The normies has ruined it. And they will move to like FreeBSD or Haiku or some other obscure operating system. And be like, this is what we need. This is better for the world. Welcome back, Johns. Because a lot of Linux users don't give a fuck about running Linux. They just want to feel superior. And they do what hipsters do. I keep saying this you probably all, I keep using this example, but it's a good example. You probably have heard or known someone that used to drink a beer or use a piece of clothes or whatever the fuck it is. Because it was like, oh, it's this organic little company and I'm for small business and blah, 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 blah. And then that product get bought up by a big corporation. The big corporation do nothing. They keep the company independent. All they're doing is now they can open up more stores. They can get cheaper transportation of materials, etc., etc. Said person now don't want to use that product. Even though nothing changed. The store's the same. The way they make it is the same. The ingredients is the same, coming from the same places. Don't want to use it. There's 2 or 3 more stores in the area or over the world. Because it got bought up by this corporation. It's not unique enough anymore. It's not special anymore. Because now I'm not the only one with a select few people that know about it. So they are moving on to the next unique little small thing. And, oh, this tastes way better, or wear way better, and it's all copium. That is this generation of Linux users. It's main character syndrome that think they're smarter than any fucking one else. That use Linux as this, like, this is like, it's basically uninteresting people that use Linux to feel interesting. To be blunt here. Like I said, like we said before, like with vegans. Why do we have obnoxious vegans? Because if they were not obnoxious vegans, they would be uninteresting to listen to or talk to. They would have nothing else to contribute to the world other than being an obnoxious vegan. That's the most interesting part about them. That's why they do that. The same with Karens. When you think, what is Karens? They're just moaning bitches. Or what the guy called Kevins? They're just moaning bitches. That moan about everything. Bitch about everything. Because that's the most interesting part of their life. They don't have anything else to go for them. Other than being, a righteous motherfucker. They think they're better than anyone else. And it's so funny to see that happening. I would actually say Linux users is a mix between Karens and Kevins and vegans. Not only are they going to damn you for eating meat, they also want to tell you what to do and how to do things. Like almost anything, every aspect part of your life. It's such an interesting it's such an interesting thing. Like, it's really interesting. Huh? Go away. But you see that a lot in tech. We have another example. They're doing the exact same fucking thing. And to some degree, C++ people do the same shit. We are the purists. We are the old school. We're the most fastest. And Ross is like, oh, we are the young people. We're doing it right. We are fixing all of your mistakes. And everything should be Rust, and everything should be C++. Nothing like the right tool for the job, baby. No, it's just like, oh, again. It's just like, yeah. You want to build like a calculator? Rust. You want to build a business backend? Rust. You want to build a game? Rust. You want to masturbate? Rust. You want to break the human genome? Rust. The second you should stop listening to someone is if their answer to everything is the same, run away. Because they are what you will call either activists, cultists, whatever you will call it. That's probably the biggest lesson I've learned in tech in my many years dealing with it and talking with people in it. Is if everyone's answer to like OS is Windows, Linux, or Mac, like either or, run away. If you talk to developer and everything should be done in one coding language, run away. Because there is never anything on earth, nothing on earth, is a one shoe fits everything kind of scenario. There will be places where you can't put that shoe on. Should not put that shoe on. Well, apparently, did you guys know that Cloudflare had a problem the other day? I couldn't order my pizza. Like they had like an outage. Apparently, that was because of Rust. Apparently, that was because of Rust. So this thing about Rust being the most secure language and most stable language on Earth. Again, if you hear stuff like this is the best that ever will be and ever is, run away. This is the only thing you should use, run away. And you see this a lot in advertisement, by the way. But advertisement is advertisement. But if you hear community act like that, you better take your man titties and run away, man. Because they don't care about you. So when people have a one solution for everything, they don't care about you. They care about the product that they're pushing. Linux, Windows, Mac, Rust, C++, C#, whatever whatever it is. They only care about that thing that they're trying to push. They're never going to ask you, like, what are you doing? Why do you want it? Have you tried other things? You go, I heard about, yeah, you heard about this thing? Yeah, right, yeah, here it is. They're basically fucking drug dealers. like, oh, you want coke? You heard about coke? Here you go. You know, like, it's probably the biggest lesson I've ever learned when people start to explain that to me. It's never been more truth than anything else. Like, it's like, I can't fucking explain how universal this goes. It goes with everything. It's different than saying, like, I think this is the best, or I like doing this. Like, you go with a friend, you go for a meal, or go to visit them, and they're like, hey Robin. You're like, where's the best place to eat? And they're like, I really like this place. Or I think these make the best burgers. That's fine. But if they're like, this is the only place to eat, run away. This is the only burger. I really want a burger right now. This is the only burger to eat. Run away. Run away. Because that is categorically not true. There's a few things in life, in the universe, that is just can't be true. This is the best thing ever. Name what thing that is. There will always be things that's better, and different people, different tastes and stuff like that. This is the best for this. Again, can never be happen. There will come things that will become better, evolution and stuff like that, and it may be better for you, but not for other people. If you're going to be like breaking up relationships, I know people do this to be nice, but saying to someone you're the most beautiful thing or handsome thing ever, or person ever, not true. You can be to them, but not in the universe. You can say, like, to me, you are, that's how you should do it. But we all do this, oh, you're the most beautiful girl or boy or whatever it is you're into ever. But that's technically a lie. Because there have been more beautiful, more handsome, and more smarter people in the past, and either while you're alive or when they sadly are dead, they will become more smarter, better, and beautiful people. What we should say, if you want your word to have actually meaning, you say, like, to me, you are the most beautiful or most smart, whatever the fuck you know. It's a good little thing to pick up when people speak. Like, start to analyze. And this is one of the good things by being autistic, is that you analyze fucking everything going on around you. You pick up these small, like, you really, like, don't put too much into it, because people do it to be nice, or to, boost up the confidence of their friends and partners and whatnot. But it's still a fun thing to, like, okay, so you're kind of doing a one shoe fits all here. So a good example here is, like, if I see someone taking a shortcut, we are walking, and I see someone taking a shortcut over the grass to save 5 seconds. I'm automatically thinking, okay, so you just took a shortcut to save 5 seconds that's meaningless in the grand scheme of things. So you did something that you could debate if you should walk on the grass or not, but you're ruining like, when you're walking on grass, you're ruining it, okay? Like, being okay with it or not, you are ruining the grass. Like, you're compacting it and whatnot. You may have to walk over it like hundreds of thousands to make a dent in it, but you get what I'm saying here. And in a lot of places, grass areas is meant more as a decorative state and not as a, oh, let's go have a party there and walk around state. So I'm like, okay, you took or walking over the road when there's a crossroad a little bit further down, but they will still walk over before the crossroad because it's saving them 5 seconds. When I see people do that, I'm automatically thinking, okay, you just took an unnecessary shortcut for a minimum amount of gain. Where else in life are you taking shortcuts? What other things are you doing that would only benefit you and the detriment for others? So you may say, why care about the 5 second shortcut going over the road? Well, a car may come out, you have noticed they now have to stop. You're infringing on traffic. There may be a bicycle on the lane that was faster than you thought, so either you had to stop or they had to slow down. Either way, you are impeding on the rhythm of the traveling, whatever you will call it, There is a higher chance that you can impact someone, granted in a small way, but still in a negative way, than if you just took the path that was designated for you. That means that when it's your time to walk, it's your time to walk. When it's not your time to walk, it's not your time to walk. It's a little bit like self-righteous, kind of, not righteous, like, I'm not calling it narcissistic, but like a self-indulgence kind of thing of doing. When people take a short, like, people tend to do a lot of things that benefits them and them only, instead of what's benefiting everyone. So if everyone stopped using the sidewalks, it's not going to benefit anyone. But if everyone is using the sidewalks, it makes traffic flow better. If you, and they've done studies with this, because lights, red, blue, and green, like traffic lights, are set up in a way that it makes, if you follow the speed limit, you will actually get there faster, because the speed limit is timed in most cities, not all. They time the lights with the speed limits, so you have less time sitting in a traffic stop. Unless, of course, there's a massive fucking queue and stuff. But you get the idea here. So you actually are not saving much, if any, time by speed running the traffic lights, basically. It's the same with, like, if you're just following the proper crossway or walkways in most instances. In most, not all, of course. You're not going to save any time by taking 5-second shortcuts here and there. Because you are going to stop for a bicycle, or stop for a car, or shit, you have to dodge a fucking dog shit or something like that. Now the 5 second is lost. Or you walk in the dog shit and you have to spend 10 seconds cleaning your shoes. So now the 5 second gain is lost. So always is like, when people take shortcuts, and they don't have to be like walk short, but shortcuts in life, where, okay, you're doing something you should not do to benefit you. So how many other places are doing that in? Because most things people do is not just a one-time thing. And it's really funny to observe people when they do that. Because you will notice that people that do all these small little shortcuts, they do it a lot in their life. With a lot of things. It's not just not using the sidewalk, or, if you don't follow the rules to benefit yourself just a little bit, how many times do you do it? And a lot of people do that all the time. Or not all the time, a lot of times. And the more they are willing to bend the rules, the more often they will do it. So, like, if they're willing to do something massively illegal to benefit themselves, they will do a lot of small little shortcuts or beneficial acts to serve themselves. Because they are more morally okay with it. And it's such a small little thing that tells so much about people. Because if you're willing to bend the rule in that area, but are you also willing to bend the rule in other areas? And so for some people, they may, I don't care about, like, the walking rules, I don't give a fuck, but that's the only place I'm bending rules. So I know a family member of mine is just strict fucking rules as you can get, but they drive too fast. It's the only time I've seen them do something that's not according to the rule set. They drive like 5k faster, 5 kilometers an hour faster, or 10. That's the only time they do stuff like that. There are people like that, Yeah, crypto is a weird thing, man. But yeah, it's fun to, like, I love I love it to see someone taking a shortcut in something, or do, like I said, a shortcut don't mean to be like walking over the street and disregard the sidewalk. But just like, if someone do something that's like, this is only going to benefit you like 0.1%. But it could impact you negatively way worse. Like, you get a fine, you get yelled at by your boss, you could end up late, your co-workers could get mad at you, stuff like that. But you're still doing this little shortcut to benefit yourself slightly. And when I see people do that, I'm like, I just love people watching them, I think, or stalking them. No, but, like, when I engage with them or see them around, I always look for the next thing. What is the next thing where you take a shortcut? And the more I see people do, the less I want to be around them. So there will be people where they do that all the fucking time. Their whole life is about just, what is the best and easiest for me? And in my humble opinion, those are the same people, again, I believe, again, this is my belief, I think those people, the ones that are going to be the one that are more inclined to cheat. Like, be unfaithful. I will never date a girl that everything she did was like, how can I do what's best for me and fuck everyone else over? Because, like I said, if you do all of this in these areas, where does it stop? But like I said, like, my family member, where they only do it like in certain scenarios, I'm like, it's just like a personality thing. You get like, but there are people like, you should start, like, honestly, you should start looking into this, because there's a lot of people out there where you're like, oh, you did this, you did this, you did, and you just sit there and you're just like, holy shit, there's a lot of like, you're doing a lot of things that benefit you and fucks everyone else over. And a lot of them, most of the time, is just meaningless fucking bullshit. Okay? Like, don't play too much into this. But you will once in a while find the person where it's almost every fucking thing they do. That you can almost sit and see them calculating in their head, how can I, with minimum effort and maximum outcome, do this thing where it benefits me the most? Those are the ones you should be careful of. Those are the ones you need to be careful of. And sadly enough, there's a lot of them out there. And you will see a lot of people doing this in the work environment. So now you have thought about that a little bit. Let's does this correlate to Linux users, you may think? Have you seen a lot of Linux users do things, say things that clearly only benefits them, or mostly only benefits them? It goes a little bit into this, like, one shoe to all feet kind of thing. Because these are the people that will have this, that will do a lot of these things. They will say, like, one thing, like, this is the best for blah, 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 and, you know, what have you not. They are willing, but they will also be the ones that is like, oh shit, I need to press my watch. There it is. Because if you think Linux is the best and everyone should be using Linux, the only person that is going to benefit is you. As simple as this. You may think it's benefiting everyone else, but you're only saying that because it makes you feel better and you would like that to be the case. AKA it's a me thing. It's mostly only going to benefit you. Oh, Rust should be used for everything. It's only going to benefit you in the Rust community. No one else. If that was the case. And when you're doing it in those cases, are there other cases where you do that in also? You know? Oh wait, they're filling a new Scrubs. I used to love that show. It could be AI shit, I don't know. It's a weird fucking thing, man. That's another thing. You're right about that one. That they do love free shit. That's not bullshit ourselves. They they like their free shit. They definitely do. They definitely do. Because there's nothing against paying for open source and free software. Free and open source software. Even Richard Stallman has said that many times. That there's nothing preventing them from asking money for their software. But why is it that every time a FOSS software asks for more or put a price on the software, the community get batshit crazy? Like, these abusers have tried this. Like, the recent one is Elementary OS. When people saw that they suggested a price on their website, The community lost their marbles. People made videos about it. Sites wrote about it. Like it was like they fucking sacrificed 10 kids to Bill Gates himself or something like that. They were like the enemy of the world. Until they made a post that says, you do know you can just put a 0 and click OK and download. You don't have to pay money for it. So yeah, you're 100% right. A lot of people only care about Linux and FOSS because they get free shit. Because most people are not willing to pay for it. Again, you see that in donation. Like you see FOSS software being downloaded hundreds of thousands of times. Millions of times. And they barely make any money. Barely make any money from donations. And are you telling me those millions of people, at least not 50% of them, could have gotten him a little donation? You tell me all millions of them were poor kids? Yeah, I don't get that. I don't believe that. I expert out, my friend. But that's the thing with free shit. Is that you set the expectation. A lot of people love when paid goes to free. They don't like when free goes to paid. Because in the end, humans in general are entitled creatures. So you will see a lot of excuses coming out from the Linux community why it should be free, like it costs no money. And most of it is coming out of entitlement. They feel they are entitled to that software for free. That the community owe them that. Here's a crazy thought. You all say like, we pay for Linux, or not Linux, for Windows, so we want to own our software, which is a valid criticism. Because you pay for it. So you should have some ownership over this, or a game. There's also a really good valid point to say that you don't pay for Linux, so you should have no ownership of it. Because you didn't pay for it. There is a better argument for saying that Linux and FOSS should be private, proprietary, closed code, because you didn't pay for the access. You didn't pay for it. So you have no ownership of it. Where on the Windows side, because you paid for it, it should be open source. Or at least you should have access to the source code because you actually paid for the software. So on Windows or for paid software, you would have a rightful argument for, like, I should own this. But if you're just getting shit for free, you have no valid right to claim ownership of it. That also means they can take it away, they can close it down whenever they want. Yeah, again, more upgrades are free. I get what you're coming at, but just like a thought experiment, you know. Like I've seen them. Like this is kind of like this is when I started to get jaded about open source and FOSS and stuff like that. I would see users make videos, blog posts, forum posts, demanding developers to give them this and this and this and this in a software they never paid a dime for. And if you don't give me this, I'm never going to, be obnoxious idiots. If you don't fix this, if you don't give me this, if you blah, 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 blah. I've seen it so many times. Like, how fucking dare you? Like, you are getting this for free. It requires nothing of you. All you have to do is just install it if you want to use it. How the fuck dare you go in and demand shit? You should be thankful. Like, you should be every Linux user should say thank you every time they use Linux or open source software. Yeah, go to sleep. I'm getting tired also. But, like, I hope you guys can follow my thought here. Is like, how the fuck would you feel if you went to your friends or family members' house, built them a outhouse or extension to their house for free, and then they come, can you build one over there? You have to build one over there. You're the worst fucking whatever member ever. And also, can you build one for my friend? And you have to do it like now. Or else I'm never going to talk to you again, you fucking piece of shit. Like, how this is never going to work. Or has never worked in any other place than FOSS. It's almost like it's fostering fucking toxic people. Like, it's almost like by nature, it's fostering obnoxious people. Because the people that are going to use it the most are going to use those systems because they can abuse it. And abuses people they want to keep abusing. I kind of like, again, this is a little bit of a funny kind of thing, I think. So when I got into, but when I got my first Mac Mini like 2 years ago, I actually was like, oh, this cost like $5, this cost $1, blah. Like, it's just like, it just felt like everything cost money. Not much, to be honest, but everything was like $5 here, $10 there. And I was like, this is fucking irritating as fuck. Fucking irritating as fuck. And sometimes I found like stuff that didn't cost money that was really, really good alternatives that I used instead. But a lot of times I was just like, well, if I want the best software, or I want this specific software that do this specific thing, I just have to admit that it cost me like $2 here, $5 here. And I don't need it all at once either. So I slowly bought, I don't have much Mac-only software, but I start like, the more I bought, I'm like, oh, I kind of get it now. I kind of get it now because now I have the right to demand shit. If you get what I'm coming at. I can actually complain about the software now. If I wanted to. And there's a higher chance that they will keep developing and bettering it because people are paying them to do so. They actually, like, they see people being like, yes, I'm willing to put this money into your thing, so please continue. In FOSS, there's no incentive other than just interest for someone to continue doing work if they don't get paid for it. Some FOSS projects are lucky enough that they actually make a good living off it, or at least they can be sustainable. But that's far from the norm. Most FOSS projects are hobby projects that only exist because the developer want to do it. And when that developer don't want to do that anymore, people will probably not even fork it because they don't know how to, or who the fuck wants to work for free and all that kind of thing. But if I'm paying $5 for this fucking program on macOS, I can get refunds, I can complain to consumer rights advocates places, I have so many protections. And there's a higher chance they don't just fucking stop developing it because they get bored. Because if they make enough money and they get bored, they just hire a developer to do it for them. I hope this kind of makes sense. You know, like... So this sounds really strange, but I started to see it a little bit as a benefit that I had to pay money for shit. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to pay like $100 for a fucking, like a button that count time or something like that. Like, if the price fits the product, I'm starting to become a little bit more like, yeah, I get it. You put a lot of effort into this, specifically after I started to do developing myself, like proper developing myself. I'm like, yeah, I get it. I get why you want like a. And let's be honest, most of those like $5, $10 projects will probably not even be like. It's not even paying them back the time and whatever they have spent into that project over time. It's probably just a symbolic fucking like. They could not be self-sustained by that if they didn't put a lot of their own money into it. But I kind of get it now. Like, would you ask a plumber or a mechanic to work for free? If it's not your friend? Of course you're not going to do that. And a lot of people, they tend to forget because software is this thing you just download from the internet. They forget about the tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands. In some instances, maybe that's all exaggerating a little bit, but the hundreds and thousands of hours that's been put into that. Like, hundreds of hours. Even in smaller projects. Just a fucking, like, this little fucking shit here, like this little calculator here, that's probably close to 1,000 hours, if not more, put into this specific one over time. I actually kind of like this calculator quite a lot. Can we see when it got made? About? It's written by one guy. Do you not have a GitHub kind of thing? Am I blind? Can I not, I actually dig Debian quite a lot, to be honest. What if we Google this little boy here? Oh, it works for Canonical. Yeah, that was the wrong site. That's the one I want. He's fucking active. Oh, he's doing Dart and Flutter kind of thing. Why are you doing Wayland? Oh yeah, Ubuntu's going Dart. They're doing a lot of Dart stuff. Dart is fucking amazing though. I really dig Dart. Yeah, Flutter. Flutter is the front end for Dart. Yeah, like the more I fuck around with Flutter / Dart, the more I just like, ooh. I like his picture. What was the calculator? Can we sort it by name? Yeah, Dart is like amazing. I'm a little bit fanboying over that, to be honest. Why is calculator not up here? What? Is it, what is it called? Is it called GNOME calculator? What is it called? Oh, no. Is it GNOME Cal? What the fuck are they calling it? Gsettings.dart. Now I'm thinking about it, this actually looks like a Dart application. Like, these look like the material buttons. This is definitely known, but... Yeah, this actually looks a lot like a Dart app besides this up here. Little orange display. Now we're down in the PPPP. Python. Snapstore. Squash FF. Ubuntu desktop install. That's right. It's in Flood. I forgot about that. Udisk. Wayland.dart. Huh? X11 Dart. Is that just like translation layers? Why am I like a teenager now? Or is that like icon set? Yeah, I don't seem to be able to find the calculator. Why? 4 years ago is the last time they did anything here. Async. Blah, blah, blah. They're using var a lot. Current font set to is it the font changer? Little orange display. Oh, it's for Raspberry Pis. So, what is this? Desktop installer. It does just look like it's scared. I'm like, oh, look at me. What the fuck? Run the installer. Wait, is this still open? Apparently so. Holy fuck. What is this? Subrequirity? Holy crap, there's a lot of Python there. Well, this is a really good like example to say, this Python is slow. Well, apparently it's used as the backend for Ubuntu's installer. Fake depths. What is examples? YAML. We all about the YAML JSON. JSON. There's a lot of JSON here. Multipath JSON. Jesus Christ. I kind of want to make my own spin-off of not Ubuntu but Debian, but modernizing it a little bit. Oh, I use this site way too often. Linux! Download Visual Studio. Oh, they baked so much AI into this one. It's not even funny anymore. Install a set of Flutter, blah, 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 blah. The only thing I don't like about Flutter is that it's a Google thing. They may kill it if they get too bored. Download and install Visual Studio Code for your distribution. Install the deb package 64-bit. Yes, sir. I shall do as your command. What do we have here? Udisk? Provide a client to connect to Udisk, the service that access the manipulate disk storage device until blah, blah. Ooh, it's done in C. Ooh, neat. CentOS 10. Ooh. Oh, this takes me back to the old fucking Slackware days. Where you were the package manager. X11 Dart. When was the last time we did? Last year. Yes. Gavin Zo. A native Dart implementation of the X Windows Limit System protocols. Oh, we'll set the client up there. Interesting. Oh god. Security Dart. What is this? Ooh. Interesting. This again, like, it's just like fucking high as balls, man. Let's see if it wants to install this one. I need to push some buttons. It's like inconsistency in the fucking theme again. Oh, that actually fucking worked. Hey. I don't want to use your AI features. They are so fucking stupid. Go away. It recommends me to install Vim. Fuck no. What's wrong with you? Are we? Why the fuck can we? Oh, there you go. Yeah, I need my rainbow. Where the fuck are they? Wait, what? Oh, it's built into VS Code now? Huh, cool. That's actually neat. Oh, agent session. No, 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 no. Keep your fucking bullshit AI out of here. Interesting. It just feels so clunky. I guess that. What are you saying here? Pick up regularly. Yeah, fuck you. Do they have like an about? Oh, system info. Oh, it is using X11. Oh. What is the latest kernel? Is that 16? Blip. Should we do the cardinal sin and install an Ubuntu kernel on Linux? Oh, not on Linux, on Debian. Oh, I looked it up the other day. The Windows kernel has almost 10 million more lines code than the Linux kernel. Oh, this is like burning my eye sockets. Tonight. $18. Oh, that's release candidate. Mm-hmm. Glorified badge stuff. I don't know what you're talking about. This is probably Europe. Uh, do-do-do-do-do. The fuck? I can't scroll up. Oh, there you go. Should we do a real-time one? Let's try that one. I consent. You can touch me now. Oh, we'll probably need the headers also. No. Let's just go for it. An older version. If this works, I'm super surprised. Oh, we can't do that. Yeah, I didn't find it. We need to do the, we need to patch. Nope. It's a lifey. Oh, where we go? System info. Yeah, we forgot to do the crop update. I do like Cinnamon quite a lot, like the desktop. Can it find my NAS? Nope. Were you not liking my NASy? I don't know, I kind of think this is one of my favorite desktop environments nowadays. G Note. Is that still so fucked up as it used to be? Yeah. Start here. Wait, we can't plop it out. No, we can't. What the fuck? Huh? Also, why is this not themed? Fucking. I was just happy using it, and now just like. Well, that is themed, but. Oh, it's probably because it's using GTK 3 or something like that. Oh, bollocks. Pigeon. Do anyone use that still? That's like ancient fucking software. There are quite a lot of games. What is Mahjong? Yeah, that's still not fucking themed either. Appearance. Oh, dark, there you go. Yep, not themed. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, man. What about the software center? Yep, not themed. I have no. Or at least this is themed, but not the right theme. This is the Seattle. Hey, I just fuck off. Oh, that's actually themed, right? It's not even 1.0 with what the fuck? Oh, Jesus Christ. Welcome to Linux, where we put beta software in production. Anything else that 1.0 is, in my opinion, should never be production ready. It's just an excuse to not fix your box. What about Fire Roller? Yep, not themed. Details. Go away. God damn it. God fucking damn it. That's just for the sake of it. Look at Pigeon. At least that's themed. But that's probably also because it's using the old GTK libraries. Replay Office? Yeah. Uptake or system monitor. Yep, not themed. This is more inconsistent than fucking Windows. And I don't like GNOME because GNOME wants to be Mac OS, so if I want to use Mac OS, I might as well just use fucking Mac OS. But all this, it kind of the same issue I have with KDE. It wants to be Windows, then I might as well just fucking use Windows. Well, Cinnamon is kind of in the same category, to be honest. Look how much CPU it's using. Cinnamon. Wait, it's not doing the same thing with no software, it just deletes the front end and keeps everything running in the back. Oh, it is. 253 megabytes. I'm almost sure I can build a fucking update checker in under a megabyte. Like running on startup. It just checks every 10 seconds in Python or something like that. Like, you don't need this. This is fucking bullshit. Like, come on, dude. Like, are you for real? Talking about being fucking resource efficient. Yeah, now it's refreshing the data. Make a fucking applet. Like a 2 megabyte applet for update checking. You don't need the fucking whole backend to be running still. Or did it delete it? Did it delete it this time, or did I just fuck it up? Wait, I can do it by name, right? There you go. No, it's still fucking here. God damn it. Why? At least it's not using any CPUs, but like, God, for a fucking software updater? Like, talk about bloat. Like, you put the... You make a loop and you put the fucking... You just do like a fucking sudo apt get and then like... Try catch the... Well, you don't even need to do that, but... Yeah, you could actually do that and then just catch the you could even pipe it out, like, and catch the message like an okay or not okay or something like that. God damn it. God, like, I'm low-key wanting to make a fucking better updater for it. It's just like, what the fuck? God damn it. Wait, I should not need a sudo for apt update. Oh, wait, is it locked? I do need that? God damn it. Okay, I thought that was like a non... And there should be a way of, like, piping out the status code from this operation. Because, like, this is just... It even got up. Now it's on... No, did it get down? I think it got down from 150, but still... This is just stupid. I kind of want to just delete everything. Just like, fuck you, man. Like, system monitor text almost... You know, but Windows use more. It don't matter. Don't sit here and say you're memory efficient when you clearly are not memory efficient. You're just not as much fucking bloated with your memory. But you're still bloating the memory. What the fuck is sticking? What is Superglue? Memory map? What are you telling me? Also, it would be nice if you were fucking theme consistent, but no. Also, don't call Linux Gene. Oh, there you go. Like this, I could live with. But this is where you set CPUs, yeah. Rhizome. Force stop terminate. Terminate. Do they still have a like a meta package for the desktop environments? This is also like Synaptic is like super fucking old. Set XFS phone environment. Video the Vision Control. Ruby, is that still around? Android SDK. Is that even the latest one? I don't know. Cinnamon, 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 cinnamon. We have here, we have Haram Radio. Oh, Normcore. No. Let me try. I haven't run Gnome in forever. Like, Gnome. Katie, fool, that's just every fucking thing. Live task. Katie. Is it LXQTD that just got an update the other day? Or last week or something like that? Newt. What the fuck is Newt? Oh, network. Oh. Hello, I'm scrolling. Fuck it, let's just go for Ubuntu for the sake of it. Or not Ubuntu. No. Yabba. Where's the apply? 1 gigabyte extra because we have a lot of GNOME shit already. Let's do this. Bleh. Let's just go full blown fucking no. No. The darkness with whiteness. It's like a reversed Oreo almost. How much is this like taxing the system? God damn it. Fucking hell, just stay there. Well, at least it's not as stupid as Windows saw update. It's fucking one thread still. Seems like it is thread balancing. Boop, boop. And oh, that's Opera. Fuck Opera. Was locked because yeah, it was we are using. Oh, why is it we're not using it? What's wrong with you? Okay, this is like super fucking readable. Xorg. There you go. Okay. Oh god damn it! I did the wrong thing again. There you go. Oh. Welcome to no skipped it. So screen lock disable. I don't really care to be honest. I feel like I'm holding a baby's tablet. What have you done with my screen? I think this is the resolution we went for. Yeah. You can scale only twice the size, by the way, but multitasking. Parents, that's too dark. There you go. Thank you. That looks a lot like a Windows fucking thingy. What is this? Nah. No. Ooh. Oh, no. Please don't. The fuck do they not have any, like, proper fucking cool wallpapers anymore? This is also an old one. Yeah, no. But they just look like shit. This is also an old one. What the fuck? What have they done with the, like, let's keep that one. It's still fucked up, but... Online account. Microsoft. Why have they not bitched and moaned about that? Well-being. They so want to be Mac OS. It's not even funny. Mouse acceleration. Yeah, no, thank you. Lasistion. Can't remember how many. Why is this still not black or dark? Like, what the fuck? It's probably because this is a Flutter app. That will make sense. But it just it's inconsistencies. Don't like them. Holy crap! That's a like. How do I zoom out? Search. Oh, it's up here. There you go. And again, why is this? Oh, no! For fuck's sake! Look, duck. There you go. Thank you. God fucking damn it! Jesus Christ! No known connections. They haven't started anything. Like just awful fucking icon set. Sound user. You got to be fucking kidding me. Even macOS removed this from the latest update. This is so 2010. Lights off. Do it there. Nipples! Nipples. Good old nipples. They're almost as heavy as good old fucking... Why is this not dark? Do I need to do this again? What the fuck is wrong with you? God damn it, dude. Let's try and restart this sucker. Yup. Dut. Doop. And you forgot the resolution. Fucking hell, dude. Oh, man. I'm like, oh, yeah. Well. Oh, we have better scaling now. That's actually, like, neat. Help! Are you dark now? Yes. You chocolatey. What about you? Yeah. Utils. Connections, document viewer, file roller. Are you also doing... Oh, you're doing the right thing. Good boy. Pressio? Who the fuck is still using that? Oh, they even have tweaks installed. Oh, this is an old... Like, do they still use this shit nowadays? That used to be the go-to GNOME installing thingy. Take a screenshot. Tetris. I do like Gedit, to be honest. It's a really good editor. And the videos is also neat. Wait, channels? Can we see television? Separate preferences? Logins. Nope. Nope. Okay. Middle click paste. Let's do font. This is probably why we have incremental scaling. Appearance. Icons. Let's find some fucking other icons. What is meta plaque? That like socks. Oh, no. Eh. Mate. Yeah, let's just do the fucking default. Wait. At the Victor Dark. Keyboard. Windows. Oh yeah, there was a time they removed some of these because they wanted to click the bar. Wait, do you have like oh, you do. Good boy. Startup application. Yeah, this could be a fucking mess. Yeah, I would say like this is not the worst fucking version. I know there are some versions behind, but welcome back. We definitely fucking need more wallpaper. Yeah, I'm just looking around what the GNOME Debian comes with. You're telling me we can't use the fucking Opera browser now? It just worked before. What's wrong with you? Do I really have to use that sucky fucking Firefox? Let's find some GNOME wallpapers. I do like Tumbleweed quite a lot. Like, it's one of my favorite distributions, to be honest. I don't like GNOME that much. It's like it's trying to be Mac OS. I kind of like that one. Like, why not just use Mac OS? Like, oh, gotta love me some World of Warcraft. Yeah, I could not live with vanilla GNOME. It's actually getting in the way of doing proper work a lot of times. Yeah. What resolution is this in? This is 1080p. Yeah, we can use that one. Look how awful this looks. Cataclysm. That was when I started playing World of Warcraft in Cataclysm. Kata. I actually never played the gnomes in Cataclysm. Should I resub to World of Warcraft? I kind of miss it now. Where's Arthur's? Oh, hello. God, I love me some fucking Lynch King, man. Oh. Look at this badass. OG Death Knight. Oh man, I played so much Death Knight, it's not even funny. I actually played it a lot on the Linux, to be honest. Like, I played a lot of World of Warcraft on Linux. This is like an iconic fucking... Oh. Eat my sword! Betrayer of Worlds. Arthur did nothing wrong. Oh, that's actually fucking cool. Never seen that one before. I may actually save that for my main machine. Oh, that's the Shadowlands. I didn't like him that much. See, this is when you know you have a good wife. My wife generated me a bunch of stunning 1440p Arthurs, apparently. Yeah. And that's why she's your wife. You lucky motherfucker. So this is not Arthur's, but anyway. That one I already have. Move to trash. Trash. Weird finger glitches. Old man eye. Oh, puking. God, we need this one. We can't fucking... Can I just write ESL's background? Let's do that one. There you go. There you go. Like, I don't mind so much the look and feel of it. It's just like, it's more restricted than fucking macOS. Like, you want to talk about restrictions. I can do more in macOS's desktop than I can do in GNOME. I'm balanced. I'm running a computer plugged in. I don't want balanced. I want full power. How do I do that? Okay, you can only do balanced and... Oh god. What do we have in apps? Labs. I can't wait for them to like copy macOS's new launcher. I can't remember Nibbles. That's like the GNOME, or not GNOME, the one player, so that, yeah, whatever. Yeah, just do like random. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Oh, it's like a fucking Pac-Man thingy. Once you get used to keyboard shortcuts in KDE, it's super fast also. Once you get used to keyboard shortcut in Windows, macOS, XFCE, they are also super fast. It's not bringing anything to the table. Heck, I would probably even say that KDE and Windows and Mac is more faster because the render engines is better. Because KDE is using Qt that is optimized for mobiles, that is a more efficient rendering engine. Windows is vastly more optimized, and macOS is super optimized for its hardware. So just from an animation standpoint and stuff like that, like I said, GNOME stopped bringing anything to the table in 2010. Dynamic wallpapers or workspaces. No, it's not. macOS have this. macOS have this. Windows have this. GNOME don't have anything Mac and Windows don't have. Nothing. Heck, you have more customizability on your power profile on Windows and Mac OS. You have also better accessibility on Mac OS and Windows. At least they fixed the fucking scaling issue. Let's add a world clock. I haven't done that in a while. Let's do... What, No, that's not. They don't. Why did? Huh? I'm just typing random words. Da Nang. It just sounds like a bad porn movie. Russia? Yeah. Sweden. Let's do an Indonesia one. Jakarta. Let's do that one. I know someone in Jakarta. There you go. Select with the location. Search for you. Let's see if they can find my town. It cannot. Nope. It can't find any Danish fucking city. What's wrong with you? What the fuck? Oh, dubstep the living shit out of me now. Okay, Denmark don't exist apparently. Oh, that's what it found. Well, let's take that one, even though it's like fucking miles away. You're using Norwegian with... Oh, it's because it's free. Yeah, it... -2, it feels like -5 degrees. What is mine saying in my local weather? So I have -0.9 degrees. And it feels like -2.46. Oh, it's getting cold. Why? Why? But this is kind of like... it looks kind of cool. Also, this like notification icon things takes up most of the screen, but who gives a fuck apparently. Like even fucking macOS and Windows does this better. What the fuck? Let's do gedit. I used to edit a lot in this one. And now you don't need to scroll. What the fuck? Okay. Oh, hello. Ooh. Nah. Ooh. Nah. Oh. Nah. This reminds me a little bit of Visual Studio. Let's do that one. Check my spelling. Margin position. Auto indentations. Tab. Oh, you can do spacing and shit like that. Nice. Can we tap? Holy fuck, these are big tabs. Yeah, we can tap. What are you yelling about here? Okay. It would be nice to have that in a status bar down below, but... Keyboard shortcuts? Control, Alt, Delete. Where's that one? We do have Control, Delete. Delete from cursor towards end. That's actually a neat one. It's almost like editing videos. Delete some cursor words to the start. Yeah, this is almost like an editor, video editor. What are you doing here? Just dark style. Someone needs to make a song that's called Dark Style. Yoink. It is smooth. Like they do have the animations like dialed in. This is a lot of like form over function, if I'm being honest. Like it works super well with a trackpad. Like GNOME with a trackpad, like that's where GNOME feels at home when you're using a trackpad. What the fuck is going on here? I fucking hate Firefox. And it's funny because I used to be the biggest Firefox fan. And I think it was it like 2018, 16. They it just started to get downhill after that. I used it for years. Wait, they have added it's sponsored, and they're bitching and moaning about Microsoft having sponsored ads in the. Fuck me, man. Let's do the cardinal sin and use Chrome. That's the only thing Firefox is good for, to download Chrome. Yeah. That's probably the best fucking way of saying it. It just they wanted to censor the internet at one point also. Luckily enough, the government stepped in, but Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's a local file, I know. Oh, Jesus Christ. I do like this little underneath the button kind of thing. Of course something went wrong. Oh, that's the Opera thing. It should be installed. I think a girl. So we had a girl coming sick to work. I think she fucking infested me today. Where is Chrome? There it is. Oh, this is like the old. I don't want to turn it on. Got it. And I can't fucking afford being sick. Like, I don't mean like monetize, but like the project that I'm working on, like to reach the fucking deadline, like, oh. And also the heating don't work in half of the fucking factory. Oh, I'm so fucked. This looks a little bit weird. You on Google. I don't want me on Google. Oh, Jesus Christ. Everyone is using this one. Global speed. Wait, Photoshop? What the fuck? Huh? Oh. What is this? Oh, Shazam. Oh. Favorite 2024. That was like last year. Every day is Earth Day. Yeah. I don't even want Photoshop in the web version. Some people have like a shit ton of add-ons. I never really used add-ons. It's never like, I just feel like it's a waste of fucking resources. Discover extension. Pinlove. Or Pinterest, oh. Oh, side AI bar. Ugh. This could be fun though, some retro games. Snake. Yeah, I think I need to get some fucking, like, a shit ton of C vitamins tomorrow. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, just garble, like, oranges and pills and... This one I actually use quite a lot on Windows for my videos. Mail Suite. I have not used the web version of Gmail in years. Lilingo. Oh, it can master vocabulary. Ew. Learn a new language. Deep learn. Translate and memorize with flashcards. I see what you did there. Smart mute. Music mode for YouTube. Oh, it's an not safe for work filter. Yeah, I do like Grammarly quite a lot. I actually use it once on and off. But everyone fucking tracks your shit on the internet. Like, if you put it, like, especially nowadays when they want to train their AIs, it's like, never put anything on the internet you don't want to, like, be used to see or heard or taken or however the fuck you want to, put it. Because they really don't, like, honestly, they don't give a fuck anymore. After the whole Meta thing where they just got a slap on the wrist, they are just stop giving a fuck. Holler theme by Gnome. I can do from some minimal. Oh, these are the old school ones. Well, they never got caught. That's they never got caught yet. But if you think they did not do that, everyone does it. Everyone. Do we need like a really, really good Veep like theme to be like in tune with like the Linux user democratics? Oh, they do. They do. They definitely collect. Oh, this is like holy shit. Can I do this on here? Let's do that one. Let's go to be the Uwu session of the fucking week. There you go. Get some leg and a little bit of side boob and some. There you go. Elf ears, leg action going on. Maybe you can fantasize about some side boobage. Fucking. This would probably be even better. Ah, it's not sexy enough. This may be too much boobs, I don't know, for YouTube. Oh, no, it's not, it's everything. It's all of them. All of them. She seems a little bit youngish. Is that Batman? One Piece. I need to watch that one. I hear a lot of people talk about it. Oh, I do love me some cyberpunk. Ooh. Awesome, cute anime. It can't be more fucking Linux than this, then. Oh, this looks like shit. No, 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 no. Yeah, yeah, this looks like shit. No, 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 no. Anime girl? No. I don't even know what a good... oh, that's some big-ass titties. Um... Uh... Do we dare? That's a scissor. Is he like... Kirby! Wait, we going back to the start? What the fuck? Why are they also... Either they're creepy or they're just, like, weird. Demon Slayer. If there was a little bit more boob action, I probably would have gone with that one. Oh, wait. Hot coffee to the meal, bring your screen to life. I fucking... Come on, dude. More copy. A bad side of anime. Yeah, oh, I think I know what you mean. Yeah, don't, those people that, like, they're fucking mental in the head. It's also, like, one of those where you probably need, like, a plug-in or something like that. What are you guys? K-pop killers. No. Oh, again, this is one of those bullshitty ones. Yeah. Yeah, you can't distinguish between the tabs here. I do kind of like this one. Well, I in general, if you're like a grown-ass man watching like stuff like this all the time, you definitely fucking need help in any way, shape, or form, because... Or you need to get fucking grow up. One of those things. I don't care about, like, but her mythical age is 200 years old. Yeah, I don't give a... That's not why you're watching her. Why then, like, just give me some fucking highlight for the tabs. Ooh, there's definitely some fucking boobage going on here. Oh! You can barely read the fucking text here. Fucking hell. How the fuck can you, like... I do kind of like this one, to be honest. What the fuck is going on here? There's just like titties of the centuries going on. Holy fuck. This is just everyone's pretend girlfriend. Oh, yeah, we probably need a plugin for that one. It's so bad that a lot of VTubers won't say that they're in a relationship because then people won't watch them. This is fucking weird, man. That's actually kind of cool. Oh, it can be way more weird. This one I actually kind of like also. It's super AI generated, but who gives a fuck? This one is not bad either. Muckapi. Portal. Portal. Yeah, never play that with a friend. Oh, I gotta fucking have some Rick and Morty. Yeah, they do have some good wallpapers. Emotional, sad, chippy girl. Oh, fuck me, man. Ah, oh, god damn it. I think we're not at the end. Some of them are starting to get repeated. Yeah. New Tristan from Diablo 3. I actually really like Diablo 3. Not at launch, but like... Let's keep this one. I think I need to go now because I'm getting hungry. And also, again, I fucking hope she's not making me sick. I just hate when people come sick to work. It's like, but I want to show that I'm doing my thing. Yeah, but you're making everyone else sick. Like, yes, it's brave. You're going to work sick, but you're infecting everyone else. Just stay the fuck home. If you're sick, stay home. Anyway, thanks for watching.